Chapter 860. Lu Yin looked at Zhao Ran and asked curiously, "Are there any special drinks in the palace aside from tea?" He remembered having special drinks at the Daystar line and the Amethyst Company and they tasted pretty good. Zhao Ran thought about it and her eyes lit up. "Yes, I'll go look for them." Lu Yin shook his head. "No need, maybe next time." He suddenly thought of that little tavern. When he had first arrived on Xenu Star, the second prince, Zhou Xian, had treated him to a drink. From then on, Lu Yin had fallen in love with that little tavern. It was like a secluded corner where he could see the clamor of the bars and the bustle of the capital without being disturbed. It was as if he was separated from the rest of the world and he could enjoy a brief moment of peace. Although he had not gone there many times, Lu Yin would always remember it. That place represented his ignorance when he had first arrived on Xenu Star and he missed it. It had been more than 8 years since he had first arrived on Xenu Star. "Boss, give me a jug of wine and 2 side dishes." Lu Yin stepped into the tavern and took a whiff of the cheap wine. Although it was cheap, it was very comfortable. The lights were dim and the boss's face could not be seen clearly. Lu Yin was too lazy to disguise himself, so he just sat in the tavern and drank sip after sip. The side dishes were still as refreshing as ever. Not long after, a group of people left the bar. They seemed to have not had enough fun, so they came to the tavern. Drinking here was completely different from drinking in a bar. Some people disdained it while others liked it. A mouthful of wine warmed his stomach. Not far away, a large banner cast a long shadow on Lu Yin's table. He turned to look at it and his eyes lit up. It was Xianxia. He had not expected him to still be on Xenu Star. This old man had a loose tongue, but he really was from the Starsibyl sect and had a high seniority. Lu Yin really wanted to see this person face Starsibyl and see if Starsibyl would call him Grandpa Gio or if he would be beaten up. Xianxia placed the wooden pole on a nearby table and sat down. "Boss, same old rules." The boss immediately served a jug of wine and 2 side dishes. "Master, please enjoy." Xianxia laughed and stroked his beard in satisfaction. "Boss, your wine is pretty good. Come, let me read your fortune for free." The boss laughed heartily. "There's no need. I'm just opening a tavern to provide for my children's education. I can live my life peacefully and there's nothing I need to know beforehand." Xianxia sighed in admiration. "How many people are unable to reach your level in their entire lives?" It's just the thoughts of an ordinary person. Master, please enjoy." The boss laughed and left. Nowadays, how many people believed in divination? A few young men who had come out of a bar at a nearby table sneered, obviously disdainful. One of them sneered, "Boss, be careful. Someone wants to eat and drink for free." The boss simply smiled and didn't mind. Xianxia was so angry that he glared at him. "Kid, when this great master told your fortune, your ancestor was still drinking milk. What did you say?" They were immediately enraged and wanted to beat Xianxia up. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "What? You still dare to fight here? Try me." A few of the youths wanted to attack, but when they looked up and saw King Zishan's palace, they didn't dare. "Old man, be careful. Don't let us see you anywhere else or we'll tear down your flag." Xianxia rolled his eyes. Useless. The few of them spat and left after paying the bill, not even bothering to drink. The boss kindly reminded them, "Master, it's best not to offend them. These young masters all have backgrounds." Xianxia raised his head. "What's there to be afraid of? Even Lu Yin has to call me Grandpa Gio when he sees me." The boss was stunned at first, but then his expression changed and he turned deathly pale. He quickly whispered, "Master, don't speak nonsense. You can't just call the royal regent by his name. Be careful not to get caught by the 13 imperial squadrons." Xianxia shook his head and took a sip of wine, looking a little lonely. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia in amusement and slowly said, "Master, you're really carefree." Xianxia turned to look. Although the tavern was dark, he was a cultivator and could naturally see clearly. Even someone as thick-skinned as Xianxia couldn't help but cough awkwardly when he saw Lu Yin's face. "So it's you. The weather's pretty good today, huh?" Lu Yin's lips curled up and he poured a glass of wine to the side and gestured for them to drink. Xianxia picked up the flag and walked to Lu Yin's side, sitting down and drinking naturally. He exhaled happily and looked at Lu Yin. "Kid, how do you have time to drink? And you're even in this little tavern?" Lu Yin smiled. "I had nothing to do, so the wine here is pretty good." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Soulmate, the wine here is indeed pretty good. The boss looked at the two in confusion. His wine was only average, so why were these two praising it so much? Were they really here to eat for free? The boss grew wary at the thought of this. Master, you're from the Starsibyl sect? Lu Yin asked as he poured another glass for Xianxia. Xianxia picked up some food and ate with relish, muttering as he ate. That's right, Starsibyl's Grandpa Zhou isn't called Grandpa Zhou for nothing. I heard that he's an abandoned disciple, Lu Yin said. Xianxia grew angry. What abandoned disciple? Kid, don't be as ignorant as those people. It's not that the Starsibyl sect expelled me, it's just that they can't handle my abilities. I've learned the mysterious sky mirror. Go ask around and forget Starsibyl, even the sect master can't learn it. No one in the history of the Starsibyl sect has ever learned the mysterious sky mirror. The mysterious sky mirror? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianxia took a deep breath and said solemnly, throughout history, today's events, yesterday's karmic cause, tomorrow's karmic effect. He pointed at his eyes and continued, my eyes can see through all fabrications. No one can hide anything from me. Lu Yin met Xianxia's gaze. Master, what do you think of me? Xianxia quickly averted his gaze. No, you've met the gaze of the dead, so you'll be found sooner or later. You can't hide. Lu Yin was curious. Who's looking for me? Xianxia continued to eat, ignoring Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually placed a cosmic ring on the table. 10-star essence. I hope you'll kindly accept it. Xianxia sneered. Kid, the mysterious sky mirror can't be measured with money. What do you want? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia moved closer to Lu Yin and narrowed his eyes. I want to be the imperial tutor of the great Yu Empire. Lu Yin blinked. Forget it. Xianxia grew anxious. But I've learned the mysterious sky mirror, and I'm Starsibyl's Grandpa Zhou. Anyone in the Starsibyl sect who sees me has to call me Grandpa Zhou. You can stand beside me and Starsibyl will have to respectfully call me Grandpa Lu. Wouldn't that be great? Lu Yin took a sip of wine. I don't want to die yet. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Kid, you have both the opportunity and the ability, and your innate talent is extraordinary. Why are you so timid? What are you afraid of? With your current status, the Starsibyl sect can't do anything to you. Besides, I'm on your side and the Starsibyl sect is a generation below you. Lu Yin ate a mouthful of food and continued to ignore Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, dipped his finger in the wine and wrote a word on the table. Lu Yin looked over. Burial? The people who are looking for you are from here. That's all I can say. It's fine if you don't believe me now, but once you meet them you'll naturally believe me. At that time, whether or not I'm still willing to be the imperial tutor will depend on my mood. Lu Yin took another sip of wine. Master, please read my fortune. It has nothing to do with this. Xianxia was curious. What do you want me to read? Family. Lu Yin's tone was gloomy. In fact, he had come here to drink today without a trace of loneliness. The more he drank, the warmer he felt, but his heart was growing colder. Xianxia smoothed out the words on the table. I really don't want to read your fortune. You've looked into the eyes of the deceased, so you might see something you shouldn't. But since you've asked so sincerely, I'll reluctantly take a look at it for you. He coughed twice and took a few deep breaths before looking at Lu Yin. Come look into my eyes. Lu Yin slowly turned his head and looked into Xianxia's eyes. A similar scene had appeared on Savage Ape Planet, but Lu Yin had seen a different starry sky and deep darkness in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia, on the other hand, had seen a scene that had shocked him. However, in the next second he saw a pair of clear eyes with the majesty of a ruler. Everything had to submit to those clear eyes. Xianxia's pupils shrank and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto Lu Yin's clothes. He looked like he had been seriously injured and his face went pale as he trembled all over. Lu Yin was shocked and quickly tried to help Xianxia up. Xianxia hastily retreated and looked at Lu Yin in horror. His eyes were filled with shock and indescribable sorrow. Lu Yin frowned. Master, what did you read? Xianxia stared at Lu Yin in disbelief and slowly stood up, seemingly still in shock. Master, what did you read? Lu Yin grew anxious. Xianxia exhaled deeply and swallowed some medicine. He drank some wine and looked at Lu Yin, shaking his head. You're really pitiful. Lu Yin didn't understand. Xianxia sighed. I didn't see much, but I do feel that you're very pitiful. Lu Yin's gaze turned strange. Was this old man trying to scam him? He'd heard that this old man's fortune-telling had always been the opposite and he'd never been accurate. No matter how he looked at it, this old man seemed to be faking it. I've been a fortune-teller for most of my life, but I've never met someone like you. You're on your own now and I will never read your fortune again. Never. Xianxia then left, not mentioning anything about the state tutor. Before he left, he glanced at Lu Yin with eyes full of sympathy and sorrow. Lu Yin stared blankly at Xianxia's departing figure. Had this old man read his fortune correctly or not? Not far away, the tavern owner stared at the pool of blood on the ground and didn't dare to come out. It was only after Xianxia left that he remembered that the old man hadn't paid. The next day, Banjiu requested an audience at King Zishan's palace. When Lu Yin saw Banjiu, the captain of the 12th Imperial Squadron, looked rather tired. The 2 dark circles under his eyes were especially obvious. Your Highness, I've tried the materials you gave me but I can't melt them, Banjiu reported in shame. Lu Yin was puzzled. They can't be melted? Thank you, brothers, for your support. It's the end of the year and I'm too busy and tired. Your support will give me motivation. Chapter 861. Yes, with the Empire's current methods, we are unable to process those materials, Banjiu said helplessly. He felt a bit embarrassed. As a dignified scientist, he was actually unable to process some materials. He had thought about it for several days before deciding to say it. Those materials can't be melted at normal temperatures. They can only be melted at temperatures comparable to an enlighteners, Banjiu explained. Lu Yin nodded. It was the same as the ancient crimson copper that he had obtained from the sourcebox. Normal methods would not work on these materials, so he could only search for extremely high temperatures. Lu Yin could find enlighters, but it was not easy to find someone with an innate gift of fire. However, an enlighter should be able to convert their star energy into flames. Unfortunately, Ok had not returned to Xenu Star and was still guarding the Damu Crag district. Lu Yin could not find any enlighters for the time being. Pass down the order. Keep an eye out for primordial flame seeds as well as some source boxes that emit high temperatures, Lu Yin said. Banjiu acknowledged and left. What a shame. He had wanted to use these materials to fuse with the universal armor and upgrade it a few more times, but it seemed that he would have to put it aside for the time being. Although he could not upgrade his universal armor, he could upgrade other things such as his cosmic ring. He had not thought of upgrading his cosmic ring, but he could give it a try now. With that in mind, Lu Yin entered the mansion's secret room and blocked off the monkey. He then raised his hand, causing the die to appear. He tapped it out and the die slowly began to spin. He purposely did not place his cosmic ring beside him, as it was fine even if he rolled 6 pips. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. Every time he rolled 6 pips, there would be unexpected gains. Furthermore, in the future, if he met someone who had fused with him, he would be able to probe their thoughts and even borrow their vision. It was a very practical function. The die slowly stopped spinning. With a single tap, a ball of paper fell out. Who would put a ball of paper in their cosmic ring? Picking up the ball of paper, Zhou Xian slowly unfurled it. There were a few small handprints on it, and with a single glance, it was clear that they were the palms of children. The moment he saw these handprints, Lu Yin's mind shook violently. His eyes went slack as vague memories appeared in his mind. A child's voice rang out in his ears. Second brother, someone is bullying me. Who is it? Who dares to bully my third brother? Let's go beat him up. Big sister, someone is bullying third brother. What? How dare you? Big sister, second brother, they have so many brothers and sisters. What if we can't beat them? Don't worry, call for help. Attack, attack. Attack together. There are only 7 of them and there are 13 of us. Beat them up, 7 against 13. How audacious. How dare you gather a crowd to fight? All of you stand there as punishment. The 7 of you come over here. Look at all of you. Your faces are all bruised and swollen. Speak, who's the leader? I. All right, you're still loyal. You're punished to stand for 3 days. You're not allowed to eat, sleep, or speak. Big sister, I'm so hungry. Don't be afraid, third brother. Don't let the teacher look down on you. We, the 3 heroes of the Lu family, have integrity. What 3 heroes of the Lu clan? What about the 4 of us? That's right, what about us? I helped you fight for nothing. Yes. It's not the 3 heroes but the 7 heroes. Why don't we become sworn brothers? From now on we'll be the 7 heroes. We'll live and die together. Alright, let's become sworn brothers. We'll live and die together. 3rd brother, you're the youngest. From now on you're the 7th brother. Come, call your brothers and sisters. Hello, big sister, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th sister, 5th brother, 6th sister. Little 7, be good. If anyone bullies you in the future, we'll stand up for you. We'll call you Little 7 from now on. Little 7, are you happy? With so many brothers and sisters doting on you, no one will dare to bully you. We'll protect you. Little 7, hurry up and leave. Don't worry, we won't die. We'll meet again one day. Hurry up and leave. A shrill cry woke him up. He didn't know when it had happened, but his eyes had become hazy with tears. The memories had appeared, but they had receded like the tide. At this moment his back was in intense pain. The seal had reappeared, causing him to sprawl on the ground in agony. He gritted his teeth and gripped the ball of paper tightly. After an unknown amount of time, the seal on his back disappeared. He felt as if he had just been fished out of water. He was drenched in sweat, and the ball of paper in his hand was also soaked in sweat. Who had that memory just now? Was it this ball of paper? Or was it his? One point of the die would allow one to obtain an item from anyone's cosmic ring. There were billions of cosmic rings in the universe. Could it be that he had obtained something related to himself? Was this a coincidence or? Lu Yin suddenly thought of Xianxia. If there was anything strange, it would be Xianxia. Xianxia had divined his future. Could that divination have come true today? Lu Yin was confused and he wiped the corners of his eyes. Had he actually cried? He walked out of the secret room and into the courtyard. Not far away, Zhou Ran was humming a tune as she tended to the flowers. Lu Yin sat on a stone bench and looked at the soaked ball of paper in his hand. Those doting voices kept echoing in his mind. Little 7, 7. He had always been obsessed with the number 7, and he had always wanted others to call him 7th bro. When he met elders, they could call him Little 7 and he would be very happy. It seemed that when someone called him Little 7, that person would protect him forever. What's wrong, 7th bro? The monkey asked curiously. Lu Yin collected his thoughts and put away the ball of paper. Nothing. The memory fragments from just now had made him lose all interest in rolling the die. You seem quite melancholy. Tell me and make me happy, huh? The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Ran. They were both amnesiacs, but Zhou Ran was living a carefree life. Lu Yin would often sigh about it, but Zhou Ran did not think about anything at all. Just as Xianxia had predicted, she was lacking. Ah, Your Highness, you're here. Do you want some flower tea? It's from our own residence. Zhou Ran greeted him happily. Lu Yin forced a smile. Sure. Zhou Ran was even happier now and she quickly poured a cup for him. Lu Yin took a sip and nodded under Zhou Ran's expectant gaze. Not bad. It's delicious. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhou Ran was encouraged and she was very happy. Then she began to crazily pluck the flowers. Soon all the flowers were gone and the courtyard was noticeably bare. Lu Yin's lips twitched and he silently left. After half a day, Lu Yin's mood finally recovered, and he decided to continue rolling the die. At that moment his gadget beeped. Lu Yin looked at it and was surprised to see that it was Hai Chi-Chi. He had lost contact with her for a long time, and she had been searching for the entrance to the Immerse at the Astral River. What's wrong? Lu Yin asked after connecting. Hai Chi-Chi's excited voice rang out. I found the way to the Immerse. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. What did you say? Hai Chi-Chi grew impatient. Are you deaf? I said that I found the way to the Immerse. Where is it? Lu Yin asked anxiously. This was not good news as he would be in trouble once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected. Hai Chi-Chi gave Lu Yin a set of coordinates. Are you coming? If not, I'm leaving. Wait, give me a few days. I'll meet up with you, Lu Yin said hurriedly. Hai Chi-Chi grew anxious. Then hurry up. If I wasn't worried about you, I would have left already. Let me tell you, I can feel Father's strength here. He's not dead. I told you that the Sea King wouldn't be in trouble that easily. Right, wait here. I'll be there soon. Lu Yin ended the call. Hai Chi-Chi's discovery had disrupted his plans. He had originally planned to join Aegis's first management team and use Aegis's information to infiltrate the various powers and slowly nibble away at the central weaves. However, this plan had to be put on hold. If the innerverse and outerverse were truly connected, then it would be useless no matter what he did. Any large sect in the innerverse could render him helpless. More importantly, the sixth mainland might even invade the outerverse through the passage. If that happened, then it would no longer be the Bloodburn realm but rather the three realms. Lu Yin checked his star chart, and the coordinates that Hai Chi had given him were quite far away. They were in the astral graveyard at the edge of the endless weaves. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw the coordinates. Normally, no one would go to the astral graveyard, so it should be well hidden. Hai Chi was determined to go to the innerverse, and Lu Yin could not stop her. If the passage really did exist, then he might have to send her on her way. To prevent any accidents from happening, Lu Yin immediately summoned Huan Sha, the cabinet ministers, Enya and the others. He gave them some instructions and then chatted with Wendy Yushan for half a day. Finally, he contacted Star Fox. Alliance Master Lu, have you thought about what contribution you're going to make? Star Fox asked in a relaxed tone, as he did not believe that Lu Yin would be able to make a contribution comparable to the founders. Lu Yin replied, "It's very difficult for Aegis to survive." Star Fox was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lu Yin continued, "On the surface, Aegis is one of the outerverse's 4 major corporations. It has endless resources and connections with countless powers, so it's very stable. However, in reality, the wider the scope of an assassin organization and the longer it has existed, the more dangerous it is." "What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu?" Star Fox asked. "Do you mind if I ask why there was a crisis in the outerverse assassin world?" Lu Yin asked. Star Fox indifferently replied, "I don't have time to chat with Alliance Master Lu." Lu Yin replied, "Alright, then I'll get straight to the point. An assassin organization cannot exist for too long unless it's a small one like Mafioso Planet. Aegis is impossible, and it will sooner or later attract the attention of others and be attacked. However, I can extend that future indefinitely or even completely." Star Fox frowned. "I still don't understand what Alliance Master Lu means." "What I mean is that we can apply for Aegis to join the Hall of Honor and become one of its subordinate organizations," Lu Yin said solemnly. Star Fox was stunned for a moment, but then he laughed. "Alliance Master Lu, are you joking? The Hall of Honor doesn't lack assassins, and even if they were willing, do you think that Aegis would agree to be supervised by the Hall of Honor? What a joke. What if we can join the Hall of Honor without being supervised?" Lu Yin slowly asked. Star Fox's eyes flashed. "Alliance Master Lu, can you elaborate?" Lu Yin solemnly replied, "I, Lu Yin, will use my status as a member of the Hall of Honor to incorporate Aegis. From now on, Aegis will be my subordinate organization and will belong to the Hall of Honor. However, you will only listen to my orders." Star Fox was confused. "What method?" "Thank you for your support, brothers. I will definitely make up for the missing chapters. I'm too busy at the end of the year. Thank you for your understanding. Open tomorrow general appointment platform scroll of." Chapter 862. "You can ask the other assassins and see if anyone has heard of Fotzi," Lu Yin said. He hadn't paid much attention to Fotzi's identity at first, but after contacting Elder Lohar and chatting with Aiden over the past 2 days, he finally understood what this identity meant in the Hall of Honor. Fotzi represented an inheritance, and there were only a few Fotzi in the entire Hall of Honor. Any one of them had a great deal of authority, and even if the authority didn't belong to them, they could still use it. This was because the future of the Hall of Honor depended on Fotzi. Every upper echelon of the Hall of Honor had come from Fotzi, which was why the Hall of Honor gave Fotzi a lot of authority. For example, Fotzi could take over a subordinate organization without being supervised by the Hall of Honor. This was just one of the basic privileges. Just like the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse, each of them had their own background and each of them had their own power. No one dared to interfere and no one dared to. This was just Fotzi's basic authority. Once Fotzi became one of the 5 astral children, his authority would no longer be limited to the Hall of Honor. He could even influence the entire universe. Elsewhere, Star Fox relayed Lu Yin's words to the black-masked assassin. At first, the assassin was confused, but he suddenly recalled something and immediately contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin hadn't expected anyone from Aegis to have heard of Fotzi, as he had never even heard of this name before. "I've only seen it in an ancient letter." The person who wrote it came from the Cosmic Sea, and he mentioned the Hall of Honor's methods. It's rumored that Fatsi is the Hall of Honor's successor, the assassin said in a low voice. Lu Yin was surprised. You know quite a bit. That's right, I'm one of the Hall of Honor's methods. You can ask the Hall of Honor for confirmation. Alliance leader Lu, are you serious? You want Aegis to become a subordinate organization of the Hall of Honor without being supervised by Aegis? The assassin asked, his tone fluctuating. This condition was obviously very tempting, especially for someone like him who had experienced the crisis of the assassin world. He understood the value of this condition. Lu Yin replied, nominally it's my personal subordinate organization, and only I have the authority to supervise it. Don't worry, we can sign a contract. The assassin considered it for a while before saying, all right, I agree. As long as the Hall of Honor recognizes Aegis, then Alliance leader Lu will be one of the top management members of Aegis. If the black-masked assassin had been able to escape death and establish Aegis, then he was no fool. He needed the Hall of Honor to acknowledge their position before he was willing to allow Lu Yin to join them. This would also prove that Lu Yin really had a method. Lu Yin naturally knew. After ending the call with the black-masked assassin, he immediately contacted Elder Lohar. Lu Yin's identity as Fatsi had been recommended by Master Yuan, and Elder Lohar did not know about it. Master Yuan had not publicized it, and there was no need for him to do so. As long as Lu Yin went to the Neoverse Hall of Honor, he would naturally have a way to prove himself. However, Master Yuan had not expected Lu Yin to use Method's authority in the Outerverse. When Elder Lohar asked Master Yuan for confirmation, Master Yuan felt a little helpless. I've long heard that this little guy can't stand loneliness and is prone to causing trouble. Sure enough, it's true. Elder Lohar laughed dryly. He wants to pull Aegis into the Hall of Honor. Looks like he wants to borrow Aegis' strength to make a move on the various weaves of the Outerverse and unify the Outerverse. Master Yuan was not surprised, as he had no idea what Aegis was. He had lived for too long, and many people and many things had changed. In his memories, the Outerverse had not been limited to just the Hall of Tiamo, the Dark Phoenix Clan, and Myriad Thousand City. There had been many other powerful organizations, but they had all disappeared. As for Aegis, Master Yuan did not care about them at all. Unifying the Outerverse. Interesting. That's good as well. A unified Outerverse can gather even more power, Master Yuan said. Elder Lohar was shocked as he watched Master Yuan's image disappear. He pondered for a long time before finally making his decision to fully support Lu Yin. Not only had Master Yuan given Method's recommendation to Lu Yin, but he had also supported Lu Yin's goal of unifying the Outerverse. Elder Lohar could only imagine how shocking it would be when Lu Yin went to the Neoverse with his identity as the master of the Outerverse. Perhaps whether or not Elder Lohar would be able to return to the Neoverse would depend on Lu Yin. Elder Lohar's gaze was resolute, and he immediately contacted Lu Yin. His tone was even more respectful than before, and it was completely different from how a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 would speak to an explorer. Even Lu Yin was a little scared. Elder Lohar personally issued an order, and as an elder of the Hall of Honor, he confirmed that Aegis was now a subordinate organization of the Hall of Honor, and its direct leader was Lu Yin. The Hall of Honor was very efficient, and in less than half a day, Aegis's status had completely changed. It had gone from an Outerverse assassin and mercenary corporation to an organization of the Hall of Honor. Although Aegis's strength had not changed, its status was completely different. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, the Innerverse's powerful organizations would still need the Hall of Honor's permission if they wanted to act against Aegis. When the black-masked assassin received the Hall of Honor's notification, he was stunned. Back in the day, they had been hunted down by the entire universe because they had no backing or background. However, they had grasped too many assassination secrets, and they had even implicated some of the Innerverse's major figures. It was also because of those major figures' orders that the entire Outerverse assassin world had been wiped clean. Now that Aegis had risen once again, he was also worried that the same thing would happen again. He had not dared to reveal himself and had gone into hibernation not only because he wanted to live longer, but also because he was afraid that he would attract the attention of certain people. But now there was no need to be afraid. They were now members of the Hall of Honor, and no matter how powerful those major figures were, they would not dare to make a move against an organization like the Hall of Honor. Alliance leader Lu, welcome to Aegis. The black-masked assassin's image appeared. His conversation with Lu Yin had not been through a screen, but now his entire person appeared clearly on the screen. The black-masked assassin's appearance was very ordinary, and his skin was a little pale. He was skinny, and if one did not pay attention they would think that he was a scholar. Who would have thought that he was actually a terrifying assassin who had lived for tens of thousands of years and had founded Aegis? After officially joining Aegis, Lu Yin learned about everyone in its first management team. Aside from Star Fox, the black-masked assassin, and another assassin who looked like a child, there were only 3 people in total. When Aegis was first founded there were 5 people, but now there are only 3 of us, the black-masked assassin said calmly. Star Fox also appeared on the screen and he looked at Lu Yin with some discomfort. He felt that this person's addition would change Aegis's identity. As for the child assassin, he had been left at the border by the Hall of Honor to assist in the defense. After learning about Aegis's full strength, Lu Yin was glad that he had not fought to the death. The black-masked assassin had a power level of over 300,000, and the child assassin had a power level of over 200,000. Star Fox's power level could break through at any time and become an enlighter. Everything else aside, if the black-masked assassin had insisted on killing Lu Yin, then Lu Yin might not have been able to stop him. Fortunately, it was still alright. Aside from the 3 assassins in the first management team, Lu Yin could see the entire list of people in the second management team. At the same time, he could also access all of Aegis's assassination records over the past tens of thousands of years, as well as all of the people who had hired them. This was what Lu Yin needed the most. What do you want these records for? Star Fox was puzzled. Lu Yin glanced at him. I have authority. I want to use it and I like it. Star Fox choked and he immediately turned off the screen. Lu Yin hurriedly went to find Hai Chi and transferred the authority that Aegis had given him to Enya. Use Aegis's information the same way you used Mafioso Planet's information back then. I want you to draw up a battle plan for this weave as quickly as possible. Enya was excited as she saw the hope of unifying the Outerverse. Yes, Your Highness. It wasn't just Aegis's information but Qian Yan's as well. Enya's authority had grown tremendously, but Lu Yin still had a card up his sleeve: checks and balances. Huan Sha and Wendy Yushan both had their own ways of keeping Enya's authority in check. It wasn't that he didn't trust Enya, but she had been recommended by Madame Naylan, and Lu Yin didn't know much about the Naylan family. Of the current 4 major corporations, Lu Yin knew about Endless Borders, Amethyst Trading Company and Aegis, but he didn't know anything about the Naylan family. There was also Wei Rong, who didn't dare to show himself for the time being, and no one would dare to openly take him in. However, it was impossible for Wei Rong to give up on revenge. Lu Yin had already communicated with Amethyst Trading Company that they would immediately report Wei Rong's whereabouts as soon as they learned of his whereabouts. Price wasn't an issue as Lu Yin had the money. Lu Yin boarded his spacecraft and headed towards the coordinates that Hai Chi had provided him. The Outerverse was now peaceful and even the pirates were gone. Back then Wei Rong had been worried that Lu Yin would use the pirates to infiltrate a central weave, so he had cleaned up the pirates there. Many of them had been eliminated, which could be considered a good deed. 10 days later, just as Hai Chi was about to reach her limit, Lu Yin arrived at the Astral Cemetery at the border of the Endless Weave. The Astral Cemetery was located east of the border between the Southern Weave and the Endless Weave, and it was still some distance away from the border that Mr. Mu had pushed back. As far as the eye could see, there was cosmic trash everywhere and no one had cleaned it up. This was the largest garbage dump in the Endless Weave, and there were countless strange things that had been thrown away by others. There were many people exploring the outer perimeter, and rummaging through the trash seemed shameful, but there were hidden profits to be had. However, that was only the outer perimeter. As the deeper one ventured, the more dangerous it became. There were many technological products that could explode at any moment, and there were also many strange cosmic life forms entrenched here. Lu Yin looked around and saw the occasional flash of rune lines. There were space-exploring life forms in this area. He really couldn't figure out how Hai Chi had managed to get here. Not long after, Lu Yin saw her rune lines, and he was shocked to discover that this girl's power had increased by quite a bit. The two had been separated for a very long time. Lu Yin looked at her in amusement. You must be very happy to see me. Hai Chi nodded. Very happy. Right, do you know how to lie? Lu Yin was puzzled. Why do you ask? Which eye of yours sees that I'm happy? Hai Chichi blinked. Lu Yin choked and was speechless. He looked past Hai Chichi and towards the astral river in front of them. The astral river was still as magnificent as ever, and it was unknown how high or how deep it was. It separated the two universes. Where's the passage you mentioned? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chichi had Lu Yin sit in a collapsible spacecraft with her, and they headed towards the astral river. Chapter 863. Not long after, the two stopped at the border between the graveyard and the astral river. Lu Yin looked in the direction that Hai Chichi was pointing, but he did not see anything. Come closer, Hai Chichi grumpily said. Lu Yin flew closer and closer until he felt like he could touch the astral river. Finally, he saw a faintly discernible crack that swayed with the astral river's energy. It was impossible to see it unless one was close enough. Trying to find such a passage in the vast astral river was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. He looked at Hai Chichi strangely. How did you find it? Hai Chichi's tone was bleak. I told you that I felt Father's power. You're saying that the Sea King's power passed to you through this passage? Lu Yin was astonished. Hai Chichi nodded. I have a connection with Father. The power that he fused into my body disappeared the moment the astral river separated the inner verse and outer verse. However, some time ago Father's power reappeared intermittently and I followed it to this place. The feeling is strongest here. Lu Yin understood that the Sea King's power was like a signal, and Hai Chichi had followed that signal to find this place. When did you feel the Sea King's power? Lu Yin asked. Hai Chichi did not hesitate. About 4 months ago. Lu Yin calculated that it was around the time of the decisive battle between the border and the Sixth Mainland. Zhu and Mr. Mu had appeared at that time and this place was so close to Endless Weave. Could it be related to the border war? As he thought about it, he moved closer and stared at the crack. There were rune lines that clearly did not belong to the astral river. There were 2 different types of rune lines tangled together, and one of them was very familiar to Lu Yin. He slowly reached out and touched it, but he instantly saw Master Yuan's figure standing in outer space. He quickly pulled his hand back. There was no mistake. This crack had been torn apart by the aftermath of Master Yuan's battle with Zhu. Only a battle between powerhouses could possibly tear apart the astral river. Hey, are you done touching? I'm leaving. I've been waiting for you to say goodbye, Hai Chichi urged. Lu Yin solemnly replied, do you really want to use this crack to return to the innerverse? If the crack fills up midway, you'll drown in the astral river. Hai Chichi stared at the seemingly endless crack and said resolutely, I definitely have to leave. Otherwise, who knows when the inner verse and outer verse will reconnect. Lu Yin did not know how to persuade her, as Hai Chichi had never wanted to stay in the outer verse. She had left the outer verse the moment the inner verse and outer verse had been separated from each other. She had been searching for a passage for almost 4 years, and it had become an obsession that could not be changed. Have you ever thought about how worried the Sea King would be if he found out that you were risking your life to go to the inner verse? Hai Chichi and Lu Yin looked at each other. If you don't know how to persuade someone, then don't. Your words will only make me want to return to the inner verse even more. Lu Yin was speechless. He really wanted to send Hai Chichi back to the inner verse, but he was afraid that the crack would be submerged along the way. If that happened, there would really be no way for him to escape. Also, even if he could safely return to the inner verse, if the crack disappeared, then he would be trapped in the inner verse and he would be doomed. Just as he was feeling conflicted, Hai Chichi's expression changed. Father's power has disappeared. Lu Yin was shocked, and when he saw that Hai Chichi was about to rush into the crack, he quickly grabbed her. Are you crazy? The Sea King's power might be disappearing because the crack is starting to fill up. The passage is about to disappear. If you rush in, then you're just courting death. Hai Chichi stared at the crack anxiously. Soon she relaxed. Father's power has reappeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Hai Chichi shook him off and resolutely said, don't stop me. I've already observed this crack for more than 10 days. Although it's slowly healing, it should still last for a few months. There's no problem with the crack, but Father's power is intermittent, so it might be dangerous. I'll definitely return to the innerverse. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. How about another 10 days? Hai Chichi gritted her teeth and looked at him. Lu Yin replied, wait 10 days and let me observe the rate at which the crack is healing. If it's really as you say, then I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Hai Chichi angrily asked. You don't believe me? Lu Yin did not deny it. Hai Chichi snorted and glanced at her gadget. The countdown starts now. Don't even think about stopping me after 10 days, or I'll tell Wendy that you're harassing me. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He could never understand this brat's thoughts. 10 days wasn't just to observe the rate at which the crack was healing, but also to see if anyone would approach it. If someone did, then he would destroy the crack after Hai Chichi left. Right now he could not allow the inner verse and outer verse to reconnect. 10 days quickly passed and Lu Yin observed for a full 10 days. Just as Hai Chichi had said, although the crack wasn't large, it was healing at an extremely slow rate. He wasn't observing like Hai Chichi. Instead he was observing the rate at which the 2 strands of rune lines were dissipating. The crack had only appeared because of the aftershocks of Master Yuan and Dizu's power. Once their power dissipated, the crack would disappear as well. Based on the time it would take for the 2 strands of rune lines to dissipate, it would take at least half a year for the crack to heal. I'm leaving. Hai Chichi suddenly rushed into the crack, afraid that Lu Yin would catch her again. Lu Yin didn't move and simply watched her leave. Although the astral river was vast, it would take less than half an hour to travel from the outerverse to the innerverse. He was no longer worried about the crack, but rather about the safety of the innerverse. There was currently a huge battle in the innerverse, and he had warned Hai Chichi to be careful during the 10 days of observation. However, this wasn't something that could be resolved by being careful. Once the 6th mainland's cultivators encountered her, she would be in danger. In the past he wouldn't have been so worried as she had the Sea King's power and her status as the little princess of the Sea King's dome. However, their current enemy was the 6th mainland, and the Sea King's power wasn't enough to deter them. Furthermore, the entire innerverse was shrouded in boiling energy, and attacks with power levels above 200,000 were not allowed. Lu Yin was conflicted about whether or not he should send her off, or at least send her to the Starfall Sea. Suddenly the crack exploded with a blinding light. Lu Yin's expression changed and he immediately rushed in. It was a super flash. The tear bomb attack that he had given to Hai Chichi for self-defense, and the fact that she had used it meant that she was in danger. The crack wasn't large, but that was relative to the entire astral river. It was about 10 meters wide and was large enough for a single spacecraft to pass through. Lu Yin didn't take a spacecraft. Instead he donned his universal armor and rushed in. In the distance, Hai Chichi's collapsible spacecraft had clearly been hit by a huge attack. In front of her, a sinister and terrifying eye was tightly shut, and just one eye was enough to block the crack. It was a strange fish that swam through the astral river. Everyone knew that astral fishing was very dangerous, and even space-exploring powerhouses would most likely die if they fell into the astral river. However, not many people had actually seen a creature in the astral river. Today Hai Chichi had seen one. The strange fish was huge and had thick skin, so Hai Chichi's attack couldn't harm it at all. Fortunately, the fish had been frightened by the flash bomb and its eyes were tightly shut. Otherwise it would have swallowed Hai Chichi whole. When Lu Yin arrived, Hai Chichi was attacking the strange fish, but her attacks were completely useless. The fish's eyes were clearly about to open. Get out of the way. Lu Yin barked. Wielding a flying owl arrow, he passed by Hai Chichi and pierced the fish's eyes. The fish trembled violently, and its body swayed before it quickly swam away. It had been injured by the arrow. What did you use to attack it? Hai Chichi was puzzled as she couldn't see the flying owl arrow. Lu Yin put it away. Let's go. I'll send you off. Otherwise you won't be able to reach the innerverse. No need. You have a lot of business in the outerverse and it'll be troublesome if you get trapped in the innerverse. Hai Chichi waved her hand. At that moment, the strange fish swam back and opened its mouth to swallow a lot of energy as it swayed its tail. Hai Chichi was so frightened that her face paled. That strange fish was almost as strong as an enlighter, and it wasn't something that Hai Chichi could deal with unless she used the Sea King's power. Lu Yin laughed and looked up at the strange fish, which had swam away again. Go. I'll send you there. Hai Chichi rolled her eyes. Don't expect me to thank you. Also, don't expect me to repay you with my body. That's impossible. Lu Yin didn't even want to bother with her. Although the collapsible spacecraft had been attacked, it hadn't been damaged. Lu Yin and Hai Chichi boarded the spacecraft together and headed towards the innerverse through a crack. As expected, many strange creatures appeared along the way. This was the astral river, so it wasn't surprising that strange creatures were born here. Hai Chichi was focused on the Innerverse, so she had no interest in these strange creatures. Half an hour later, Lu Yin saw outer space. This was the Innerverse. After 4 years he had finally returned to the Innerverse. Hai Chichi was excited as she had finally returned after 4 years of searching. At the same time, not too far away from the Innerverse crack, a spacecraft exploded. There were more than 10 people inside and several of them died instantly. There were also a few who couldn't withstand the pressure of the universe and self-destructed. In the end, only 4 explorers survived. Behind them, a spacecraft sped over. "Young master, let's go." The old man grabbed one of the youths and tossed him into the distance. He then turned around and rushed towards the spacecraft. "Sixth Mainland's beasts, let's fight to the death." The other 2 followed the old man and rushed towards the spacecraft. The youth who had been tossed away had bloodshot eyes, and he looked back as if he wanted to imprint this scene into his mind. There was a scream and the youth turned around again. His pupils shrank as the 2 youths turned into a puddle of blood that gradually turned dark blue and floated in space. The old man bellowed, "I'm an enlighter. Who dares to attack me?" A youth slowly walked out from the spacecraft with a mocking look in his eyes. He looked down at the old man and said, "Enlighter? Do you dare to use your true strength?" The old man's face was deathly pale. Above his head, what should have been a boundless dark space was now filled with boiling energy that threatened his life. It was this energy that prevented him from using his true strength, but he couldn't be resentful because it was this energy that had protected the Innerverse. Otherwise, the 6th Mainland would have already slaughtered the entire Innerverse. A new scroll. General Appointment Stage. Brothers, please accompany the windswept General Appointment Stage for a walk. Imperial Edict to the World. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Baby Bunny loves to play Little Throne. Canonian Yizhuanshu U-Book Friend 569071113 Cool Breeze Mountain. Thank you for your brother's reward. Chapter 864. A bunch of trash that's just waiting to die. So what if you're an enlighter? You're just a heavily injured old man. The youth's gaze turned sinister as an old woman with a sinister expression appeared behind him. It was an imprint. The old man's eyes widened when he saw the imprint, and he immediately attacked. The youth snorted and a martial imprint appeared on his palm. Just like the progenitor of Blood Territory's bloodlines, the progenitor of martial territory also had martial imprints that were comparable to bloodlines. All cultivators from the progenitor of martial territory could cultivate martial imprints and fuse all of their battle techniques into them. They could be fused onto the surface of one's body to increase one's power level, or they could be materialized to suppress their surroundings. This youth had fused his martial imprint onto his palm. There was a thump, and the youth retreated a dozen steps as a crack appeared on his martial imprint. The old enlighter also retreated a dozen steps. The 6th Mainland's cultivators suppressed their power levels to below 200,000, and the old man was also heavily injured. Coupled with the natural suppression that the 5th Mainland's cultivators had over the 6th Mainland's cultivators, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. The old man was already heavily injured, and his battle with the youth had only worsened his injuries. Due to his carelessness, the youth managed to close in on him. Shadowless crafty needles. The old man's eyes narrowed as countless thin needles shot out from the youth's palm and pierced through the void. The old man tried his best to avoid them, but because he was too close he was unable to avoid all of them and was hit by a few. The thin needles pierced his body and caused him extreme pain. The needles were also coated with poison. The old man howled and glared angrily at the youth. He then unleashed his full power and his power level immediately exceeded 200,000. He displayed the strength that an enlighter should possess. However, at this moment, the boiling energy in the sky was drawn down and enveloped the old man. In an instant the old man was reduced to dust and vanished from outer space. His entire body had been erased by an indescribable power. The youth looked up in fear as this scene was not unfamiliar to him. If not for this terrifying scene, the 6th Mainland would have completely occupied the Innerverse long ago. The youth snorted. "Keep chasing." With a whoosh the spacecraft charged out of the crack. Lu Yin and Hai Chichi had finally returned to the Innerverse after 4 years. Hai Chichi was excited. Lu Yin immediately looked up to see the so-called boiling energy. Boundless rune lines entered his eyes. They were different from the rune lines he usually saw. At this moment, the rune lines that entered his eyes were filled with runes. They weren't rune lines that were drawn out by his fighting strength. They looked like real runes. He had seen these runes once before, back in the Astral Combat Academy's Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. When he had reached the top of the sky platform, he had seen these runes, and it was at that time that his eyes had changed. The sky platform was the ruins of rune technology, and it represented the most orthodox rune technology. Then what was this? Could it be rune technology? Didn't that mean the one fighting against the martial progenitor was the symbol progenitor? It wasn't Ancestor Qin like the rumors said? If it was the power of the symbol ancestor, then a fighting strength that exceeded 200,000 didn't just represent his fighting strength. It also represented his influence on the universe. Battle strength was the number of rune lines, and rune lines were not just battle strength. When he thought of this, he hurriedly put the universal armor away. If he wore the universal armor, the moment someone attacked him, his armor's influence would immediately exceed 200,000 and he would be finished. He had experienced the terror of rune technology on the sky platform. It wasn't an attack, but it was even more terrifying. It was an existence that could directly erase the rune lines. Chi-Chi, I'll use your super flash. Don't use the tear bomb. Remember, don't use it, Lu Yin sternly warned Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi was confused. In terms of power, the super flash couldn't be used. It was impossible for a tear bomb to have a combat power of 200,000. However, its instantaneous flash had an effect of more than 200,000. This meant that once it was used, its rune lines would exceed 200,000 combat power. Using it would be suicide. Of course, this was all based on the premise that the boiling energy above was the symbol progenitor's power. If it wasn't, then it would be fine. However, Lu Yin was 90% sure that it was the rune technology which was the symbol progenitor's power. There's someone up ahead. Hai Chi-Chi exclaimed as she pointed into the distance. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was a space-exploring powerhouse. Based on his rune lines, he was an explorer. Let's go and take a look. Right, don't call me by my name in front of outsiders. We can't let anyone know our true identities. Otherwise, the sixth mainland might invade the outerverse through the crack. Hai Chi-Chi understood the severity of the situation, and she nodded obediently without explaining herself. The figure drew closer and closer, and it was the young master who had escaped. Outer space was vast, but there was no place for him to stand. He looked back and saw that the spacecraft was getting closer and closer. A man and a woman appeared in front of him. The young master's eyes were filled with despair. Only someone from the sixth mainland would dare to appear in outer space. He hadn't expected that he would still be unable to escape death. But even if he died, he didn't want to die in vain. At least he had to drag one of them down with him. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. Lu Yin looked at the man rushing over and felt that he looked familiar. He could sense that the man's star energy had circulated twice, but his power level was over 20,000. He was not an ordinary cultivator who could fight across realms. The newcomer quickly charged at Lu Yin. He could sense that Lu Yin was a 3-cycle explorer while Hai Chi-Chi was a 2-cycle explorer. If they were both from the Innerverse, he wouldn't have been afraid. After all, he was the young master of Astral Mountain and was a powerhouse within the same realm. He would even dare to fight against a cruiser, but this was a cultivator from the sixth mainland. With an innate suppression and an imprint, he knew that his chances of survival were slim, but so what? He was prepared to fight to the death. He looks like he's going to attack us. Hai Chi-Chi was puzzled. Lu Yin took a step forward, and the young master pulled out a long blade that was covered in purple battle force. It was 4-line battle force. There were very few people in the universe who could comprehend battle force, let alone someone who had cultivated it to 4-line battle force. This person was not simple, and even in the entire Astral Combat Academy he was at least an area master. There was a shout as a blade image slashed down, bringing with it a silver astral ring. The purple battle force caused the void to ripple, and this attack was enough to strike fear into an ordinary cruiser. The young master had thought that the two in front of him would definitely use their imprints, but what happened next left him in disbelief, and he even began to doubt himself. His blade had been caught, and the man had caught the blade with his bare hands. His expression didn't change, and his opponent hadn't even taken half a step back despite his full-strength attack. There was a crack as the blade cracked and shattered into fragments that scattered through space. Not a bad attack, Lu Yin commented as he held another fragment in his hand. The young master was stunned. How was this possible? Could it be? You're also an imprinter's disciple? The young master asked in despair. Lu Yin looked past the young master and at the spacecraft that was slowly coming to a stop not too far away. There were many rune lines on the spacecraft and one of them was at the level of a hunter. An expert had arrived. The young master slowly turned around and closed his eyes. He had wanted to find a scapegoat before his death, but he had failed. He gripped the broken hilt of his blade tightly, extremely unwilling to accept his fate. A youth walked out from the spacecraft. He was the same person who had just killed the old enlighter. The youth's gaze was arrogant as he looked at the young master. His gaze then landed on Lu Yin and Hai Chichi. Which region are you from? Show your imprint. An old woman's phantom appeared behind him. It was an imprint. Only cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had imprints. This was how the Sixth Mainland identified each other, so there was no mistake about it. In the Innerverse battlefield, there was an unwritten rule that everyone from the Sixth Mainland had to show their imprints if they couldn't confirm the other party's identity. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin to show his imprint. Lu Yin blinked. You're not worthy. The young master was stunned. The youth who had chased after Lu Yin was stunned as well. Hai Chichi was astonished as these words were quite powerful. The youth's face sank and his lips curled up into a cruel smile. So it's another native from the Fifth Mainland. I never thought that there would be someone like you in the Fifth Mainland. You dare to openly appear in this region of space and even dare to speak to my Gui Bing in such a manner. You've got guts. The young master looked at Lu Yin in shock. You're not from the Sixth Mainland? Everyone surround them. Don't even think about leaving. Gui Bing barked as he suddenly charged at Lu Yin with an imprint on his back. He raised his hand and shadowless crafty needles shot out from his palm. They were extremely small and if one wasn't paying attention they wouldn't even be able to see them. Furthermore, Gui Bing had shot out 100 needles, just like how he had dealt with the old enlighter. The young master was terrified. Dodge. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Each of the 100 needles had a power level of tens of thousands of rune lines. More importantly, each needle was coated in a highly toxic poison. It was a vicious attack that most cruisers wouldn't be able to withstand. However, this attack couldn't even break through Lu Yin's defenses. Lu Yin allowed the 100 needles to strike his body, and blue lines appeared on his body along with purplish-red battle force. This was 8-line battle force. The moment that 8-lined battle force appeared, the young master was stunned. He had already cultivated 4 lines of battle force, and he was well aware that the gap between battle force grew larger as one progressed. 8-lined battle force wasn't something that he could even look up to. According to his sect's senior speculations, even if he became a hunter he wouldn't be able to cultivate 8-lined battle force. This person was so young, yet he was already so terrifying. Gui Bing was also shocked. The Sixth Mainland didn't care about battle force or domains, but that didn't mean that they didn't understand them. Anyone who could cultivate 8-line battle force was a powerhouse. Lu Yin didn't give the young master any time to think. He used flash to disappear from where he was, and in the next instant he appeared in front of Gui Bing and reached out to grab him. Gui Bing sneered and a strange imprint appeared on his palm. It was a martial imprint and he similarly grabbed at Lu Yin. There was a thump, and the young master's confident palm was replaced by an intense pain. His palm had been firmly grabbed by Lu Yin, and the martial imprint on his palm had completely shattered. He had been crushed. The young master was in disbelief. This was impossible. Lu Yin was an imprinter's disciple, and he had both an imprint and a martial imprint. He even had a natural suppression over cultivators from the Fifth Mainland. How could this be? Who are you? Gui Bing barked and kicked out in an attempt to put some distance between them. However, his body was uncontrollably flipped over by Lu Yin, and he fell to one knee as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment the surrounding cultivators from the Sixth Mainland hurriedly acted, but they were unable to resist Lu Yin's domain and they were all killed. Chapter 865. Gui Bing was shocked. Who are you? Lu Yin frowned as this person was far weaker than Autumn Frost Qing. However, even in the Innerverse he was still in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. If one factored in the various suppressions, then this person could at least enter the top 15. The sixth mainland's overall strength was much higher than the fifth mainland's. There was a crack as Lu Yin exerted more force and broke Gui Bing's wrist. Gui Bing was dragged along like a corpse, gritting his teeth as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The young master was shocked. This powerhouse that he had thought was undefeatable was actually being trampled on like this. It was unbelievable. The sixth mainland's natural suppression was ineffective against Lu Yin. As for imprints and martial seals, they were unable to close the distance between the two. To Lu Yin, unless it was someone like Autumn Frost Qing who was a direct descendant of a world imprinter family who had some fun fighting, the rest were not even enough to warm up. Do you know who I am? My master is Grandma Sly from the Tong family and she's an imprinter. There aren't many powerhouses like her in the fifth mainland. Do you dare to kill me? Gui Bing threatened in a shrill voice. Lu Yin was cold and arrogant. Sorry, but even if your master was here I would still kill her. He then saw that Gui Bing was about to retrieve something from his cosmic ring. Lu Yin decisively sent his strength through his arm and shattered Gui Bing's heart. Gui Bing had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive. His eyes went slack and he finally lost all signs of life. The young master stared blankly. Clean and efficient, ruthless and powerful. He had never seen such a person before. He tried hard to recall all the titled powerhouses he had heard of, but there was no mention of such a person. Could it be that this person only looked young but was actually a senior? The general appointment platform's titles were only given to the younger generation. Powerhouses of the older generation would receive all sorts of rewards for their contributions, but they were not given titles. After all, many of the older generation's powerhouses had power levels over 200,000, and they were only suppressing their power levels in battle, so there was no way to judge them. Thus, the general appointment platform's titles were reserved for the younger generation. Lu Yin skillfully used Gui Bing's blood to open the man's cosmic ring. He flipped through the contents and his eyes lit up. There were quite a few good items and he knew what this person had been trying to retrieve. It was a needle that was different from the ones that Lu Yin had used before. The rune lines on this needle were clearly on the edge of 200,000, which was the maximum power that could be used in this region. He wanted to use this needle to launch a sneak attack, but unfortunately he was the one who got away with it. Aside from the needle, there were quite a few other things in this person's cosmic ring, including close to 20,000 star essence. To a cruiser, 20,000 star essence was a lot. The young master gulped when he saw Lu Yin unceremoniously accept the spoils of war. Junior Alfonso from Astral Star Mountain greets Senior. It was no wonder that this person looked so familiar. Back when he had been training on the Shenwu continent, he had forced this person to sign a treaty in the Tower of Resonating Light. When he had returned to the Great Yu Empire, he had used this person to force the Ross Empire to retreat. Elephant Star Mountain? The one from Chaos Flow Zone? Lu Yin asked. Senior, you've heard of Elephant Star Mountain? Alfonso's eyes lit up as he asked expectantly. Lu Yin grunted. You can say that. Why are you so miserable? Alfonso said bitterly, this junior was careless and was discovered by the people from the sixth mainland. I even implicated the elders of my sect. If it weren't for Senior's intervention, this junior would have died. Lu Yin feigned curiosity. What's the sixth mainland? Alfonso was stunned. Senior, you don't know about the sixth mainland? Lu Yin shook his head. Behind them, Hai Chi curled her lips and rolled her eyes in disdain. I went into seclusion for 100 years. I just came out, Lu Yin explained. Alfonso was puzzled. Seclusion for 100 years. More than a year ago, the martial progenitors had invaded, and there was still someone who could go into seclusion during that earth-shattering battle. Although he did not believe it, Lu Yin had still saved him and had even killed a disciple of the sixth mainland's imprinter. He had to be one of their own. Since Senior doesn't understand the current situation, I'll explain it to you. Alfonso spent half an hour explaining everything he knew about the Innerverse. It was only then that Lu Yin realized that the situation in the Innerverse was worse than he had imagined. When the sixth mainland had first invaded, the Starfall Sea had been unable to retaliate. They had even broken through the Astral River Flow Zone's energy barrier and attacked Chaos Flow Zone. The Innerverse various powers had been forcefully recruited by the Hall of Honor to resist the sixth mainland's invasion, but it had been useless. The entire Innerverse had been slowly eroded by the sixth mainland until the experts from the Cosmic Sea and Neoverse joined the fray. With the addition of the various powerhouses, the Innerverse collapse had been halted. The war had been intense, and it had eventually led to a spiritual force battle between the Sixth Mainland's martial ancestors and the Fifth Mainland's progenitors. Even though the great battle between the progenitors had caused the energy to surge, and attacks with power levels exceeding 200,000 were not allowed to be unleashed from the same source, there was still an endless stream of powerhouses on the Sixth Mainland with power levels below 200,000. Among the younger generation, the Daoist Three Skies and the Realmlings were at the top, and those who were second only to them were the heirs of the Cosmic Imprinter family, the World Imprinter family, and the Imprinter family. Aside from the younger generation, there were also many Enlighters on the Sixth Mainland. These powerhouses suppressed their power levels below 200,000, but the power they could display was even more terrifying than the younger generation. After all, they were existences that had surpassed the Enlighter realm. The Enlighter elder who had escorted Alfonso to Starfall Mountain had been severely injured by one of the Sixth Mainland's Enlighters. The Sixth Mainland's imprinters and even world imprinters would occasionally take action. They suppressed their power levels to below 200,000, and the strength they could display was absolutely terrifying. It was not something that the average person could imagine. Although the Innerverse had entered a state of intense war, it was still being slowly invaded by the Sixth Mainland. The Starfall Sea, Chaos Flow Zone, Righteous Sun Flow Zone, Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and so on had all fallen into the Sixth Mainland's hands. More than half of the Innerverse had been taken over by the Sixth Mainland, and many Innerverse cultivators could only hide. The moment they were discovered, they were either killed or captured. The most terrifying thing was that this surge of energy did not cover the entire universe. It only covered the Innerverse and nearly half of the Cosmic Sea. The other half of the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse were not covered by this surge of energy, which was why the Sixth Mainland had gathered all of its top powers in an attempt to invade the Neoverse. As long as the Sixth Mainland succeeded in invading the Neoverse, their absolute experts would not be suppressed by the surge of energy and could use their full strength. At that time, the entire Fifth Mainland would become the Sixth Mainland's territory. The 10 Arbiters and many of the Innerverse powerhouses had all gone to the Cosmic Sea to resist the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He had thought that the situation in the Innerverse would be better, especially after Elder Yu's words and Master Yuan's strength had encouraged him. But now it seemed that he had been too optimistic. According to Alfonso, the Innerverse had been suppressed from beginning to end. The titled powerhouses at the General Appointment platform are very powerful, but the Sixth Mainland has even more powerhouses, Alfonso said bleakly. They had never imagined that the Innerverse would be successfully invaded one day. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Only the 3 filaments were attacking the Innerverse at full strength. Once the Sixth Mainland gathered all of its forces and invaded the Innerverse, Cosmic Sea and Neoverse would all be finished unless another progenitor took action. What's the situation in the Cosmic Sea? Lu Yin could not help but ask as he was worried about Leon's armada. Alfonso shook his head. I don't know. This information was obtained half a year ago, and it's hard to tell if it's true or false. Hai Chi pouted. Then why do you make it sound like it's true? Lu Yin wanted to hit Alfonso as he had just lost all hope. Alfonso felt aggrieved. Saying that it's hard to tell if it's true or false is just to comfort ourselves. Right now, everywhere we go is under the Sixth Mainland's rule. Every prosperous planet has a statue of the Sixth Mainland's imprinter, and everyone has to kneel and worship it. It's the same everywhere, so the situation might be even worse than we imagined. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Kneeling and worshipping a statue of an imprinter was a forceful violation of the dignity of the Innerverse cultivators, and it was a stain that they would bear for the rest of their lives. Once they kneeled and worshipped the statue, their hearts would become chaotic and over time they would fall into a state of worship towards the imprinter. What a vicious method. This was an attempt to enslave the Fifth Mainland. You said that the Starfall Sea has also fallen into the hands of the Sixth Mainland. Then what about the Sea King's Dome? Hai Chi suddenly asked. Alfonso shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the Starfall Sea was the Sixth Mainland's first stop when they invaded the Innerverse. They call it the Mara River, and it's rumored that it's currently in the hands of the Grand Martial Realm's Tong family. The Tong family is a cosmic imprinter family, and they have many imprinters under their command. No one dares to go to the Starfall Sea right now as that would be courting death. We want to go to the Starfall Sea. Do you have any ideas? Luin asked. Alfonso looked troubled. Senior, we really can't go to the Starfall Sea. The Tong family is extremely powerful, and it's rumored that even the Grand Marshal Realm's realmling is there. We can go somewhere else. Then go to the Starfall Sea. Hai Chi shouted. Alfonso looked depressed. If Senior insists on going to the Starfall Sea, then there's only one way, and that is to blend in with the miners who have been captured. You might be able to avoid detection, but it's too dangerous. Senior, please reconsider. Alfonso then bowed deeply. Senior, before you go to the Starfall Sea, can you do this junior a favor? Starfall Mountain will never forget Senior's kindness. How can you be like this? We've already saved you, so don't push your luck. Hai Chi was displeased as she was in a hurry to go to the Starfall Sea. Alfonso thought about it and then sighed. It's my fault. I won't say anything else. Please don't blame me, Senior. Luin did not ask any further as he did not like to cause trouble for himself. Do you know where the captured miners are? It would be best if you could take us there. Alfonso looked troubled. I still have to save the people from Astral 3, so I don't have enough time. However, I can draw up a star chart for Senior. It's not too far away. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. What did you just say? Save the people from Astral 3? Astral 3? Alfonso nodded. The 6th mainland invaded and Astral 3 happened to be here. It was destroyed by the 6th mainland's powerhouses, and more than half of the Academy's students died. The headmaster and an imprinter from the 6th mainland perished together. The remaining students and mentors were all captured and are currently being executed. I was about to save them when I was discovered by the soldiers. Thank you for your support and donations, thank you. Chapter 866. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Someone had tried to use Astral 3 to lure out Innerverse cultivators, which was a vicious method. He had not expected Astral 3 to be destroyed. Astral 9's warship had been able to block Elder Autumnfrost's finger, but it had only been one finger. Against the 6th mainland's attack, Astral 3's headmaster had barely been able to kill an imprinter. Although the 10 academies competed with each other, they were still from the same school, so Lu Yin had no reason to ignore them. We'll go together, Lu Yin said firmly. Hai Chi did not refuse. Although she was not a student of the Astral Combat Academy, she had heard of its reputation. Now that Astral 3 was being used as bait, she wanted to save them as well. Really? Thank you, Senior. Alfonso was delighted and bowed deeply. Don't call me Senior in the future. Call me 7th Bro, Lu Yin said casually. Alfonso nodded. 7th Bro. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. Lu Yin's reputation in the Innerverse had been great, and many people recognized him. Fortunately, he had disguised himself, or else Alfonso would have definitely recognized him. Half a day after Lu Yin's group left, news of Gui Bing's death reached Granny Sly's ears. As an imprinter of the Tong family, Granny Sly enjoyed great treatment, but she only had one disciple, Gui Bing. She had even given the shadowless crafty needle that she had personally made to Gui Bing, which was equivalent to raising him like a son. Now that she had heard the bad news, she was enraged and left the planet to personally avenge Gui Bing. The Tong family's power was concentrated in the Starfall Sea, and outside of it was the Grand Marshal Realm's Galloping Horse Villa's territory. Granny Sly requested that the Galloping Horse Villa seal off the path to Chaos Flow Zone. She believed that Gui Bing would definitely escape there and then head to the Cosmic Sea. No matter how long it would take, she had to find Gui Bing's killer. Not far from the entrance to the Starfall Sea was a yellow planet that was covered in sand. Hurricanes filled the sky and connected the sky to the earth. The wind speed was extremely high and the sand was blown by the winds, enough to pierce through a normal person. This planet was not a good place to live. The people here lived underground and the entire city was built underground. This planet was called Lesser Crimson Yellow Planet. The star's radiance brought about high temperatures. On the sandy plains of planet Lesser Crimson Yellow, over 100 iron pillars stood tall. Each pillar had a person tied to it, and these people were the students and mentors of Astral 3. There were more than 100 iron pillars, but only half of the people were still tied to them. The other half had already been executed and the ground was stained with fresh blood. This blood was not only from the students of Astral 3, but also from the people who had come to save them. 100 iron pillars had taken the lives of hundreds of cultivators. To the sixth mainland, occupying the Innerverse was easy, but ruling it was difficult. There were countless cultivators hiding in the Innerverse, and they could make a move at any moment. Even if one sixth mainland cultivator died on a planet, the number of sixth mainland cultivators dying every day was still terrifying. This was also the reason why the sixth mainland had been constantly recruiting cultivators to the Innerverse battlefield. They simply couldn't handle the sheer number of cultivators. Of course, the Innerverse would be greatly damaged as well. Once they were exposed, they would either die or be severely injured. It was a battle of attrition. The iron pillar had already turned red from the high temperature, and the back of the person who was tied to the iron pillar was already charred. Not only that, but they also had to face hurricanes that could appear at any time as well as worse weather. Those who could enter Astral 3 were all geniuses, and each of them had a powerful background. They had never been in such a miserable state before. On one of the iron pillars, Chilean Day Knight's eyes were hazy and all he could see was yellow. From time to time, gravel would smash into his body, but he was already numb to it. Even further away, a giant statue stood tall. It depicted a beautiful middle-aged woman with an elegant posture. She looked very beautiful, but it was this woman who had massacred Astral 3, killed the Dean, destroyed their worship and made them live in hell. Her name was Madame Red, and she was the owner of the Sixth Mainland's Galloping Horse Mountain Villa in the Grand Marshal realm. She was a world imprinter with a power level of over 900,000. Before the start of this war, even the elders of the Day-Night clan had not seen such a terrifying figure. A power level of 900,000 was an unimaginably astronomical figure, and he did not even know if the strongest powerhouse in the Day-Night clan had such a high power level. In the universe that he knew, Madame Red might be a powerhouse second only to a progenitor. He slowly turned his head and saw that Xianxia's skin was cracked, and his blood had dried up. Many of the students around him were still alive, but they weren't far from death. It was the same for the mentors. As a bell chimed in the sky, cultivators rose from the ground one by one to stop the yellow sand and hurricanes from wreaking havoc. One figure after another walked out of the ground and slowly knelt before Madame Red's statue. This was a routine daily prayer, praying for Madame Red's protection and the Sixth Mainland's protection. The Sixth Mainland had erected this statue to destroy the dignity of the people of the Innerverse and force them to view the Sixth Mainland as the home of their gods. They would then forcibly establish faith in the Innerverse. While countless people were praying, one figure after another emerged from the ground and attacked the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland. Some of them flew towards the metal pillar to rescue the students of Astral 3. The mentors of Astral 3 screamed, "Don't come over. Run, run." The cultivators of the Innerverse aren't afraid of death. Someone shouted as he rushed to the metal pillar and slashed at the ropes that bound the students. Behind him, a long blade slashed out horizontally. The cultivator hurriedly blocked the attack, but the blade pressed down and broke his weapon. The blade sank 3 inches into his body, causing blood to flow down the metal pillar. "You idiots! You're the only ones who know how to resist. The great powers of the Fifth Mainland have long since been removed. Why don't you join us? We'll give you a way out. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than surrender." There was a squelch as a head flew through the air and smashed into the ground. The cultivator from the Sixth Mainland was cold and arrogant. Behind him, the imprinter made him look like a god. The people of Astral 3 were furious as they screamed. The group of people who had tried to rescue the students of Astral 3 were quickly slaughtered. Aside from dyeing the sand red, they were of no use at all. Underground, a pair of bright eyes opened. It was a young girl with delicate features who had a murderous look in her eyes. She sat cross-legged with a long spear stabbed into the ground beside her, emanating a cold aura. "Young master, we've killed another group of people. These cultivators are like locusts and we can't kill them all no matter how hard we try. They're too stupid." The girl's tone was cold. "They are indeed stupid. The great powers of the Fifth Mainland had already prepared an escape route the moment we invaded, but they left these unaffiliated cultivators behind to fight us. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they'll still be able to exhaust some of our strength. These people are just cannon fodder. If that's the case, then why are we still baiting these unaffiliated cultivators to their deaths?" The Realmling once said that a person's heart has a bottom line. Once that line is crossed, there will be nothing left in the heart. There will be no resistance, only submission. Once these unaffiliated cultivators are scared of being killed, they'll eventually submit. We don't have that many people, and if we want to truly rule the fifth mainland and plunder their resources, we need some people to work for us. No matter the time, the people at the bottom were always the ones who suffered the most. They were hot-blooded and unafraid of death, but they lacked the ability to do so. Planet Lesser Crimson Yellow was not sealed off, and it would not be sealed off. This was the place where the sixth mainland had lured the Immerse cultivators to their deaths. Not only was it not sealed off, but there was also no surveillance. Anyone who wanted to come was free to do so. The sixth mainland was confident and did not fear anyone coming to save them. The group that had met up with Alfonso was hidden in a corner of the underground city not too far from the execution ground. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing an underground city, and he had to admit that it was very novel. Above his head was not the sky, nor was it the starry sky. Instead, it was a thick foundation that simulated the sky, the birds, and even the weather. There were no tall buildings in the city, and all of them were short buildings. However, every building was deep underground, as if a normal city had been turned upside down. Lu Yin had originally thought that the underground city would be shrouded in darkness and oppressive, but now that he saw it, it was not so bad. 10,000 years ago, the conditions on planet Lesser Crimson Yellow were very harsh. Technology could not be developed, and there were no conditions for cultivation. The people here were just like aboriginals. However, as more and more cultivators used planet Lesser Crimson Yellow as a transit point, this place gradually developed. The technology that you see here was not developed by planet Lesser Crimson Yellow itself, but rather by outsiders, Alfonso explained as he led Lu Yin around the city. Chichi was puzzled. You know quite a bit about this place. Are you planning to bury them here? Alfonso opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had been choked. Lu Yin was speechless. Chichi's venomous tongue was back, and she was always able to choke others. If not for the Sea King's backing, she would have been hung up and beaten long ago. The living conditions of the people in the underground city were not bad, and they were not as hopeless as Lu Yin had imagined. The sixth mainland's invasion had nothing to do with them. As long as they submitted to the sixth mainland and provided them with resources, no one would make things difficult for them. They did not even know that the Innerverse was at war. In a corner of the city, Alfonso used a secret signal and successfully contacted a group of people. Chichi's eyes widened and she was very curious. Although she was worried about the Sea King's safety, she could clearly sense his power and knew that he was fine. Most of the people who had contacted Alfonso were explorers, and there were more than 10 of them. There were also a few cruisers, but unfortunately, none of their rune lines could compare to that soldier from before. Rather than hoping that these people could save Astral 3's students, Lu Yin might as well hope that the 6th and 5th mainlands would make peace. Brother Alfonso, didn't you say that Astral Mountain had an enlighter supporting you? Someone asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Could it be him? Oh, he was too young. Alfonso dejectedly replied, I'm sorry, but an elder from my sect is dead. Everyone was shocked and their expressions turned ugly. They were not stupid, and without the help of an enlighter, they would not be able to save anyone. What happened? Were you guys discovered? Someone asked. Alfonso nodded. It was a soldier. Someone angrily said, It's him again. That person is adept at sneak attacks, especially his poison needles. Many of our brothers have died. Chapter 867. Alfonso was just about to say that the soldiers had been killed by Lu Yin when another middle-aged man arrived. Everyone, we found out who the strongest person guarding the execution grounds is. Everyone looked at him. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, Hong Ying. Everyone's expression changed. Alfonso's face paled. Hong Ying, Grand Marshal Region's Galloping Horse Manor's direct descendant, Madame Red's disciple Hong Ying? The middle-aged man nodded helplessly. Everyone felt despair. How could it be her? She was a direct descendant of the Flying Horse Villa. So why would she stay here instead of going to Fallen Star Ocean or Universe Ocean? Why do you have to guard the execution ground? Someone roared. Hong Ying is a world imprinter's disciple and she's already a 9-cycle cruiser. Her red-tasseled spear is invincible, and not long ago she personally went to the Starfall Sea's Greyweed continent and killed 2 peak hunters there. She also heavily injured Lon Bao Bao, a marquee on the top 100 rankings, killed Lan Yu and even provoked the 10 arbiters Lan Si. She's definitely a ruthless character. That's not all. Rumor has it that her red-tasseled spear is an extraordinary treasure. She's one of the strongest existences in the Grand Martial Realm, second only to the Riemlings. It's over. With her around, who can save Astral 3's students? Unless an enlighter intervenes, there's still hope. Lu Yin was shocked. Lan Yu was dead. If he remembered correctly, Lan Yu was the younger brother of Lan Si, the divine fist of the 10 arbiters. This Hong Ying was truly ruthless. She had even injured Lan Baobao. Hai Chi exclaimed and hurriedly asked, "Blue baby was heavily injured? Are you all right?" Alfonso replied, "I heard that she didn't die but her brother Lan Yu did." Hai Chi's expression was ugly. Lan Yu baby Lan. Although she did not like Lan Yu, he had died just like that. Hai Chi tugged at Lu Yin and pursed her lips. "Avenge Baobao, okay?" Lu Yin patted her hand. "Right, I promise you." The middle-aged man overheard their conversation and looked over in surprise. "Who is this?" Only then did Alfonso have the time to introduce him. "This is a senior I met on the way here. If it wasn't for him, I would have died at the hands of Gui Bing." That's right, Gui Bing died at the hands of senior. Everyone was shocked. Gui Bing is dead? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin solemnly. "How should I address you?" Lu Yin replied, "Call me seventh bro." The middle-aged man was startled and a flash of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and smiled. "So it's brother seventh." He then looked at Hai Chi. "And this is?" "Call me sister Chi," Hai Chi said casually. She was in a bad mood. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and quite a few of the others were also somewhat dissatisfied. They felt that Lu Yin and the young man were being too rude. Even if they had saved someone's life, they shouldn't have acted in such a manner. "May I know where seventh brother is cultivating? He looks unfamiliar and doesn't seem to be very old either. Since he was able to kill the sly soldiers, should he be given a title?" Someone asked. Alfonso hurriedly replied, "Senior, you're much older than you look. You just came out of seclusion after 100 years. Everyone understood. "When are you going to save them?" "I don't have time to wait," Lu Yin replied. He still had to send Hai Chi to the Starfall Sea before rushing back to the Outerverse. He did not want to be trapped in the Innerverse. The middle-aged man was displeased with Lu Yin's rudeness, but because Lu Yin had killed Gui Bing before, he did not dare to offend him. He replied, "We're still waiting for one more person. Once that person arrives, our chances of saving them will be much higher. Leave Hong Ying to me." Everyone was shocked. Alfonso was similarly shocked. Although he was confident in Lu Yin's strength, Hong Ying's accomplishments were too dazzling, and she was not on the same level as Gui Bing. The middle-aged man laughed. "Seventh brother, you're underestimating Hong Ying too much. You might be able to deal with her, but we're also worried that we might drag you down. Let's wait for that person to arrive. With everyone working together and with your strength, our chances of saving them will be much higher." It had to be said that this person's words were very comforting. He clearly did not believe in Lu Yin's strength, but he spoke as if he were flattering him. Lu Yin frowned. It was normal for these people to not trust him, and it would be abnormal if they believed that he could deal with Hong Ying as soon as they met. However, he really did not want to wait. "Seventh brother, don't worry. The person we're waiting for will arrive by tonight at the latest. With the darkness of the night, it'll be more advantageous for us to save them." Lu Yin nodded helplessly. The stone wall above their heads dimmed, indicating that the day was about to end. Alfonso's delighted voice rang out. "He's here. That person's here." Everyone hurried out to welcome him. Hai Chi was puzzled. "Who's so popular?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance and saw a swift and fierce rune line rapidly approaching. He was surprised, as the rune lines indicated that this person was not weak and was very close to becoming a hunter. Could this be the person that these people had been waiting for? Although this person was not weak, he was still far from Hong Ying. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then Hong Ying was on the same level as Autumn Frost Qing, and her strength was enough to make an enlighter raise his eyebrows. As the person drew closer, Lu Yin finally saw who it was, and he was astonished. It was actually Yan Hua, an expert from the Sword Sect. This person had also participated in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Although they had not met, Lu Yin had seen Yan Hua fight on the network. His six-line battle force was very eye-catching, and his attacks were explosive and dazzling. When they saw Yanhua arrive, Alfonso and the rest hurried over to greet him and chatter incessantly. From their conversation, Lu Yin could tell that this Yanhua had been given a title. General Yan. General, Marquis, King and Arbiter. Although General was the lowest of titles, anyone who could be given a title by the general station was definitely not simple. When Lu Yin had merged with a 6th mainland cultivator's body, he had encountered Ling Ke, who was only a general. The difference in strength between Yanhua and Ling Ke was too great, but they were both generals. Either the difference between a general and a marquis was so great that Ling Ke did not qualify, or a title did not only depend on strength but also on other aspects. Right, Lu Yin had heard that it also depended on battle achievements. Everyone gathered around Yanhua, and Alfonso walked over to Lu Yin and apologized. Senior 7th bro, I'm really sorry for making you wait. Lu Yin curiously asked, is he very powerful? Alfonso nodded and enviously replied, his name is Yanhua and he was originally a not-so-famous disciple of the sword sect. He was of the same generation as the 10 arbiters, but his strength was slow to increase and he was overlooked by many. However, ever since the war began he relied on his lightning sword technique to become an explorer, and he used it to trap multiple 6th mainland hunters on a battlefield, allowing many of his compatriots to safely evacuate. He performed a great service and was given the title of General Yan. Some people once said that he might not be any weaker than the sword sect's current strongest disciple, Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin was astonished. So there was such a thing. It was not easy for an explorer to trap a hunter. Of course, trapping and defeating were two different things, but Yanhua was still a cultivator from the 6th mainland. Being able to trap him proved that Yanhua had the strength to be at the top of the top 100 rankings. It seemed that Yanhua was a late bloomer. It was no wonder why that group of people had waited for Lu Yin to arrive before taking action. There had to be more than one person who could trap a hunter. Perhaps he could really trap Hong Ying and allow them to rescue her. The sky was covered by yellow sand, and the dark night seemed to have a yellowish hue to it. The howling of the wind was accompanied by the pungent smell of blood. In the distance, a giant statue was an eyesore and Lu Yin stared at it. Madame Hong was a world imprinter and she was the one who had destroyed Astral 3. This woman was on the same level as Patriarch Autumn Frost. Time's up. Kill one. A loud voice boomed through the sky as a cultivator from the 6th mainland soared into the sky with a machete in hand. He aimed it at the bound student, and his lips curled into a cruel smile as he raised his blade. Attack! Alfonso and the others charged out from underground at the same time. A bolt of lightning streaked across the void and transformed into a sharp edge that beheaded the 6th mainland cultivator who had been about to be executed. On the execution ground, the 6th mainland's cultivators were not surprised, and they arrogantly clashed with Alfonso and the others. In just a few breaths of time Alfonso and the others were at a disadvantage. The people from Astral 3 who had been tied to the pillars despaired, and someone shouted hoarsely for them to leave. However, more cultivators appeared in the surroundings. Not all of them were from the 6th mainland, as there were also cultivators from the 5th mainland who had defected to the 6th mainland. These people had long since abandoned their dignity, and they were even more hateful than the 6th mainland's cultivators. The middle-aged man was not weak as he was a cruiser, but he was still being suppressed by a cruiser from the 6th mainland. When the cruiser's imprint appeared, the middle-aged man could not even keep his weapon and he was sent flying. Hai Chi-Chi leapt out, and her domain transformed into a turbulent sea. As the Sea King's daughter, she was equivalent to an imprinter's successor. Although she was only an explorer, her domain combined with the Sea King's dome's battle techniques was quite impressive. Lu Yin also attacked and he easily killed 2 of the 6th mainland's cultivators. He raised a hand and waved it, causing a powerful gale to sweep out. The 100 iron pillars were all broken and fell to the ground, and the people from Astral 3 who had been tied to the pillars were instantly released. The 6th mainland's cultivators were shocked, as these iron pillars were not made from ordinary materials. Even an explorer would not be able to destroy them easily. In the shadows, Yanhua was also shocked. Before he could think any further, the red-tasseled spear shot out from the ground and pierced through a cultivator's body before viciously stabbing towards Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin attacked, Hong Ying felt that something was amiss. This person made her heart palpitate. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he considered whether or not he should lure Hong Ying away. At that moment, lightning flashed in the sky and transformed into numerous lightning swords that stabbed into the ground, trapping Hong Ying within. Then the lightning swords became blinding and lightning connected the sky and earth, forming a cage that isolated the area. The void distorted and almost cracked open. Yanhua attacked. Everyone retreat. When they saw that Hong Ying was trapped, Alfonso and the others were delighted and immediately retreated. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators hurriedly chased after them, but Yanhua's lightning sword flickered as he moved extremely quickly. He weaved through the crowd and separated the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin raised his brows. This Yanhua was not weak and his lightning sword was quite stunning. Unfortunately, the lightning swords that trapped Hong Ying cracked open one by one before finally exploding and scattering the lightning in all directions. Alfonso and the others' pupils shrank. Not good. Yanhua was shocked. She hadn't been trapped. Chapter 868. Hong Ying gripped her spear and glanced at Lu Yin before turning back to Yanhua. Insignificant tricks. Yanhua gripped his sword tightly, and his body flickered as thunder rumbled. His entire body transformed into a sword as he stabbed forward. This was his strongest technique, thunder piercing. Hong Ying snorted, but her imprint was useless. Her spear pierced through the void and collided with thunder piercing. There was a crack as the enormous thunderbolt seemed to have crashed into a wall, and it sputtered backwards. Yanhua's sword was instantly broken, and Hong Ying's spear pierced through the thunderbolt without any hindrance, heading straight for Yanhua's neck. Everyone was shocked as the difference was too great. Just as the spear was about to pierce Yanhua's neck, a hand reached into the thunderbolt and flicked out. There was a thump as the spear was struck by a huge force, causing it to change direction and plunge into the ground. The earth was split apart by the spear and the underground city collapsed. The spear had severed the earth for thousands of kilometers and even extended into outer space. The execution ground was completely silent. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Hong Ying gripped her spear tightly and her lips curled up. She did not seem surprised and she slowly turned to look at Lu Yin. "Who are you?" Yanhua panted heavily as he looked at the person in front of him. He also wanted to know who this person was. Although they had been introduced before, he had not paid much attention to this person. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "Call me Seventh Bro." Lu Yin's voice was not loud, but it reverberated throughout the execution ground. Everyone looked at him as he had just diverted Hong Ying's spear. Alfonso was excited. As expected of a senior, he had actually been able to block Hong Ying's spear. The middle-aged man was shocked. Was this person really that strong? Hai Chichi reminded him. "Why aren't you leaving?" Alfonso asked. "Then what about senior?" "Don't worry about him, he's fine," Hai Chichi said. She understood Lu Yin's strength very well, and even if everyone had suppressed their power levels below 200,000 due to the astronomical phenomenon, she did not think that anything would have happened to him. This guy was very crafty. "You go first." "Leave this to me," Lu Yin said. Yanhua gulped. "Is that okay?" "Let's go," Lu Yin said. Yanhua gave Lu Yin a deep look before turning to leave. The Sixth Mainland's group wanted to chase after him, but Hong Ying stopped them. Her eyes were bright and her delicate face seemed very cold in the night sky. "I never thought to fish someone like you. Interesting." Lu Yin smirked. "Fishing? Are you sure you are a fisherman? Be careful not to get dragged into this mess." Hong Ying sneered. "You're not worthy." With that, her spear danced and stabbed out with a thunderous force that seemed to move space itself. This spear was much more powerful than the previous one. In Lu Yin's eyes, the spear seemed to have grown wings. It was clearly very fast but also very slow. It seemed very slow, but there was no room for Lu Yin to dodge. He could vaguely see spear shadows everywhere. There was no way he could avoid this attack. He had to take it head-on. However, Lu Yin did not plan on dodging. 8-lined battle force imprinted onto his palm, and he raised his hand, which transformed into a claw that grabbed onto the tip of the spear. However, he did not try to meet the attack head-on. Instead, he continuously retreated in order to neutralize the force behind the spear. Hong Ying was shocked as her flying divine spear had actually been blocked. 8-lined battle force meant that this person was definitely not some nobody. It seemed that she had caught a big fish. As she thought about this, an imprint appeared behind her and Madame Hong's image blurred out. The strength of her spear had increased greatly, and it seemed to have been imbued with a mysterious power. Lu Yin frowned as his sky beast claw, which had been reinforced with 8-lined battle force, was actually unable to withstand her attack. There was a thump as Lu Yin twisted the spear's body. He then took a step forward and appeared in front of Hong Ying, striking out with a palm. Hong Ying had already expected this. Someone who could block her flying divine spear definitely had a strong physical body, and this type of person was most adept at close combat. Hong Ying's spear turned around and she wanted to use it to smash into Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not dodge and instead allowed the spear to smash into him. His Fateson blocked in front of him with a loud bang and both of them shook. Hong Ying was shocked. Fateson, you have it as well? Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Looks like you have it as well. He then grabbed the spear again. With his strength, as long as he held on to the spear, Hong Ying would not be able to break free. A huge force vibrated along the spear, causing it to spin. Hong Ying's palm was already bleeding from the friction, but she did not let go. A very small spear suddenly appeared in front of her and stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin used his Fateson to block the attack, but he discovered that it was not a spear at all. Instead, it was formed from his Fateson. Lu Yin subconsciously grabbed it with his right hand, but Hong Ying's expression changed. She suddenly let go of the spear and quickly retreated. Lu Yin stood where he was, feeling strange. His left hand held onto Hong Ying's spear while his right hand grabbed onto the small spear that Hong Ying had formed from her Fateson. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed. You like my weapon a lot? Then I'll give it to you. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and out of the corner of his eye, the spear that had originally been a weapon suddenly erupted with rune lines. Lu Yin subconsciously threw it away, but he discovered that the tassels on the spear seemed to have a life of their own. They coiled around his palm and then extended to his arm, causing him to feel an incomparable scorching heat. Hong Ying sneered as this person dared to steal her power vessel. He was courting death. There had been an enlighter who had tried to steal her power vessel in the past, but in the end, they had all been burned to death by Hong Ying. As long as they were entangled by Hong Ying, they would not be able to break free. Lu Yin wanted to shake off the spear, but he could not do so no matter how hard he tried. The heat continued to rise and even his body could not withstand it. Seventh bro, use a secret technique. This power vessel isn't simple, the monkey said. Lu Yin was helpless. He glanced at Hong Ying and waved his hand, causing the spear to disappear. When it reappeared, it was wrapped around the body of a sixth mainland cultivator. That cultivator did not even last a second before his arm was turned to ash, and he howled in pain. Hong Ying's expression changed. A secret technique? You actually know a secret technique? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You can die now. He then tapped out with a finger, causing the void to freeze and her eyes to slacken. This was the dream finger, and it did not include the 9-yang cauldron transformation. This was the strongest attack that Lu Yin could use, and even enlighters would be apprehensive of this finger. Hong Ying was unable to escape the power of that finger, and it was difficult for her to even dodge it. However, the red-tasseled spear flew over and blocked in front of Hong Ying. Lu Yin's finger tapped the red-tasseled spear, sending both the spear and Hong Ying flying. The force of that finger traveled along the spear's body and into Hong Ying's body. Hong Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and her expression changed. This person was terrifyingly strong. He had an unparalleled physical strength, a secret technique and a terrifying battle technique. Where had he come from? Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed down with the sky beast claw, intending to destroy Hong Ying. Hong Ying gritted her teeth as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She stabbed out with her spear and the red madame's imprint on her back became even clearer. At the same time, another imprint appeared and branded itself onto the spear. This was a martial imprint. Flying divine spear. Hong Ying shouted as she thrust her spear at Lu Yin. It was exactly the same as the first attack and countless spear images appeared around him. No matter which direction he dodged, he would still have to face this attack. Even if he could use a secret technique to divert the power of the first attack, there would still be a second and a third. During his battle with Arbiter Zhenwu, Lu Yin had deeply experienced the Yu secret art's weakness, which was that it could not be diverted indefinitely. Once his opponent sensed it, his secret art would be useless. This was the exact situation that he was currently facing. However, Lu Yin did not need to dodge. Hong Ying's spear was the same as Autumn Frost Qing's palm, and the number of rune lines was similar. As such, Lu Yin gathered star energy in his right palm. 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation. One Sunday, the sun in his palm illuminated the night sky, attracting the attention of countless people. Hong Ying's heart thumped as a strong sense of unease descended upon her. However, she could not retreat under the flying divine spear. In the distance, Alfonso and the others looked back and saw planet Little Crimson Yellow flickering with a blinding light. What followed was a berserk shockwave that swept through the world and sent them flying. If one looked from outer space, they would see that one side of planet Little Crimson Yellow was completely covered in ripples. The shockwave even extended into outer space and into the surrounding planets. A horizontal void crack swallowed up the earth and swept past Alfonso's head, causing him to almost faint from fright. Everyone from Astral 3 was shocked. What kind of attack was this? The execution grounds had been completely destroyed, and the cultivators from the 6th mainland had either been killed by the shockwaves or hidden deep underground, not daring to show their faces. The red-tasseled spear stabbed into the ground and shook slowly, emitting a rumbling sound. Lu Yin stood in place and pulled back his hand. He looked in the direction of the spear and saw that half of Hong Ying's body was twisted. Her hair was disheveled and she was bleeding from her 7 orifices. This attack had severely injured her. She lay on the ground, panting heavily and occasionally spitting out blood. She stared at the sand in disbelief. She had been utterly defeated. She had used her imprint, martial imprint, power vessels and even her fates, but she had still been defeated. She could not accept this. There were very few people in the same generation who could defeat her in the 6th mainland, let alone a native from the 5th mainland. Who are you? Hong Ying stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes, making her look rather ferocious. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. A dead person doesn't need to know. Hong Ying sneered. She looked miserable, but her gaze was still arrogant. A dead person? In this region of space no one dares to kill me. Where do you think this is? Is this still your 5th mainland? Look at that statue. Lu Yin looked over. At that moment Hong Ying suddenly leaped up and fled into outer space. Lu Yin was stunned. She wanted to escape? He raised a hand, and the sky beast claw tore through the void and swiped at Hong Ying with an ancient roar. However, Hong Ying tossed her spear aside and sped up. The tassels on the red-tasseled spear came to life once more, wrapping around the sky beast claw and emitting a scorching heat. Lu Yin's brows rose and he leaped up to chase after Hong Ying. However, she looked back and sneered. She took out a power vessel and increased her speed by several times, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 7th bro, were you tricked just now? The monkey asked, his tone filled with mockery. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as this woman had actually tricked him. He subconsciously glanced at the statue which had given her a chance. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had never encountered such a situation. He had actually succeeded in tricking her, which was truly embarrassing. 7th bro, there's no need to blame yourself. This was a suppression of intelligence. That woman is very smart, much smarter than you. The monkey laughed. Lu Yin was unhappy and he immediately blocked the monkey. This damned monkey's words were really unpleasant. Lu Yin was the one who had defeated Wei Rong, and he had only been careless this time. It's Christmas Eve. I wish everyone a peaceful life in the future. I don't have the ability to give everyone a Christmas Eve fruit, so I can only add more chapters to express my sincerity. Thank you all for your continued support. It's 5 in the evening. I wish everyone a peaceful life and a healthy life in the future. Chapter 869. The red-tasseled spear fell from the sky, and all of the red tassels on the spear's body disappeared. This power vessel was unique because of the tassels. Now that the tassels were gone, it could only be a normal weapon. At most, the material would be tougher. Lu Yin had originally wanted to use his Dai's enhance to upgrade it, but after some thought he decided against it. After all, this was a power vessel created by a superpower house from the 6th mainland. Who knew if it would be summoned by an enemy during a battle? And if he kept it, would it become a clue for his enemies to track him down? He had no idea how to deal with powerhouses above the emissary level. Helpless, Lu Yin broke the spear in two and threw it away. Not long after, A large group of cultivators from the Sixth Mainland arrived at Lesser Crimson Yellow Planet, but there was no trace of Lu Yin's group. Hong Ying's defeat caused quite a stir in the Sixth Mainland, especially in the Grand Martial realm. According to her, her opponent was very young and should be from the Fifth Mainland's younger generation. If he wasn't from the younger generation, then it wouldn't have caused such a stir. After all, powerhouses with power levels of over 200,000, 300,000, or even 400,000 would be able to display extraordinary strength if they suppressed their power levels to less than 200,000. Defeating Hong Ying wasn't too surprising, but if it was someone from the younger generation, then things would be different. Youths had their own battles and they were all competing against people from the same generation. If Hong Ying had been defeated by someone from the Fifth Mainland's younger generation, then that meant that a powerhouse who was at least a marquis had appeared. The rewards for killing a titled powerhouse from the Fifth Mainland were extremely high. In the Starfall Sea on the Tong family's mainland, Tong Zhan opened his eyes with a strange expression. He defeated Hong Ying? Very young. Interesting. Aside from those people from the Greyweed continent, there's still someone like that in the universe? I hope it's not someone from the older generation, or else it'll be too boring. Elsewhere in the depths of the Starfall Sea on the Greyweed continent, there was a mountain stronghold surrounded by mountains. Many cultivators had gathered here to resist the Sixth Mainland's invasion. The entire Greyweed continent was engulfed in the flames of war, and countless experts from the Sixth Mainland had arrived, bringing with them despair. Many cultivators had spontaneously organized themselves to resist. At this moment, many of the cultivators in the mountain stronghold looked up at the sky, where a woman stood with a cold gaze. None of the cultivators below dared to speak, and their eyes were filled with despair. One of the elders was an enlighter, and he too despaired as he looked at the woman in the sky. Let's make a move. That's the only way. Many cultivators were discussing in low voices. As more and more voices were heard, strange arcs appeared in the air. These arcs were voices. The voices of these people turned into forms visible to the naked eye and then combined to form all kinds of creatures. Some were like birds, some were like bees, and some were like ants. The cultivators noticed this strange scene and retreated in unison. Then all the sounds they made formed an arc, the Grand Martial Realm's realm ling by ling. Once the martial seal appears, all birds will fly away and all traces of humans will vanish. A cultivator muttered to himself as he fearfully stared at the sky. Then he suddenly knelt down. I surrender. After the first person knelt down, the others followed suit. The enlighter elder was furious. This is the Greyweed continent and it's our territory. Don't be underestimated by our enemies. Stand up. High up in the sky, the woman lowered her head. There was no emotion in her eyes. As a cold glint flashed in her eyes, the strange creatures formed by sound exploded at the same time, turning into a strange sound wave that swept over everyone. All the cultivators were dumbfounded as if they had lost their consciousness. Their entire bodies were motionless. Even the enlighter elder was the same. So what if he was an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000? Against a Realmling's attack he was still powerless. Even if an enlighter attacked at full strength he might not be a match for a Realmling, let alone someone with a power level below 200,000. Bai Ling, the Realmling, had killed a cultivator from one of the strongholds with a single attack. I found the wrong person again. Where is he hiding? Bai Ling felt strange and muttered to herself. After a long time Bai Ling disappeared, and a young man appeared outside the stronghold. His face was pale and his eyes were cold and emotionless. He looked just like a corpse and there were two people following behind him. Their footsteps and movements were exactly the same and even their breathing was the same. However, these two people did not have any auras, so they were clearly dead. I was a step too late. What a pity. Judging by the state of these corpses, Bai Ling must have been here. How annoying. There's no one to talk to again. I'm a dignified corpse collector from the Grand Martial Realm's morgue, but I can't even find someone to talk to. Everywhere I go there are corpses. It's really strange. Do I have some sort of fate with corpses? Although my innate gift is corpse control, that shouldn't be the case. Is there anyone here or not? Talk to me. This is so annoying. Everyone thinks that I don't talk and they say that only the dead can be my friends. Which idiot said that? How can the dead be friends? Of course, I don't mind if the dead can be friends, but at least they have to be able to talk. It's so quiet and I'm a little scared. There are corpses all around. Don't tell me they're coming back to life. Sigh, talking is so tiring, but in front of corpses, there really won't be anyone to talk to if I don't talk. I'm so scared. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the fifth mainland. Bai Ling is really something. Couldn't she have waited a little longer and left someone to talk to me? Who's talking? Oh, it's me. Honging lost? That's not good, as that means that someone can threaten us. This is troublesome. Don't tell me they've come to the Greyweed continent. That's too scary. I'd better leave as soon as possible. Speaking of which, Bai Ling has been looking for the divine fist of the 10 arbiters, but she hasn't been able to find it. Did I run into it? The more I think about it, the more scared I become. Is there anyone here? Let's talk. There's really no one here. Why is the sky so dark? How scary. The young man continued to mutter to himself without any expression on his face. Even though his words implied that he was afraid, there was not a hint of fear on his face. It was a horrifying sight. In this silent stronghold filled with corpses, only this young man's voice could be heard. Even after a long time he was still talking and he did not repeat himself. The largest battlefield in the Starfall Sea was the Greyweed continent. Countless cultivators from the Starfall Sea had fled to the Greyweed continent to fight the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland's Grand Martial Realm. Naturally, the Greyweed continent was the only battlefield. Outside the Starfall Sea, on a planet not too far away from planet Crimson Yellow, Alfonso and the others had hidden themselves. They did not plan on leaving for the time being. The people from Astral 3 who had been rescued still needed to recuperate from their injuries. Lu Yin left with Hai Chi as they were heading to the Starfall Sea. Yan Hua asked for Lu Yin's name, saying that he would report Lu Yin's battle achievements to the general appointment platform. Lu Yin left behind Seventh Bro's name. Seventh Bro was a very common name, and even those who had interacted with Lu Yin before might not be able to connect him to Seventh Bro. Moreover, 4 years had passed since then. Lu Yin did not want to go to the Starfall Sea as it was too dangerous. However, Hai Chi was anxious to return home and he could not let her go alone. He could only follow her and protect her. However, the two had already agreed that they had to retreat if they encountered any emergency. The long line stretched for thousands of meters and one miner after another was dressed in prison garb. After being inspected, they boarded a spacecraft and were about to be sent to the Starfall Sea. Almost all of these miners were cultivators who had been captured by the Sixth Mainland. They wanted to surrender, but the Sixth Mainland did not care about them. However, it was a pity to release them as the price was to mine. As long as they could mine enough, or they would be able to regain their freedom. Although the Sixth Mainland slaughtered cultivators, those were cultivators who had resisted. They were still humans, and humans could not kill without mercy unless they were psychopaths such as the Outerverse assassins and poison masters. Lu Yin looked around from time to time. There were not many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland guarding the miners, but there were some experts on the spacecraft. Based on the rune lines, they were definitely hunters, and there was more than one of them. To the Sixth Mainland there were many hunters, and it would not be a waste to have them guard the miners. Just yesterday, Lu Yin and Hai Chi had successfully infiltrated the miners' group. The Sixth Mainland had not expected anyone to infiltrate the miners' group heading to the Starfall Sea. After all, the Starfall Sea was a land of death for the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin hid his gadget in his cosmic ring, which was hidden in his mouth. He was now a qualified miner and he looked very dispirited. Behind them, Hai Chi tugged at Lu Yin's sleeve. "Let's hijack this spacecraft." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Don't get any ideas. Do you know how many experts from the Sixth Mainland are in the Starfall Sea? If we hijack this spacecraft, we'll be surrounded by countless experts before we even reach the Sea King's dome. Don't we have you?" Hai Chi pouted. Pretending to be a miner made her very uncomfortable, especially since she was a woman. Lu Yin was afraid that Hai Chi would act rashly, so he could only softly advise her. "No matter how strong I am, my abilities are limited. Besides, the Sixth Mainland has no lack of enlighters. Even if those old fellows suppress their power levels to below 200,000, their strength is still not something that the average person can compare to. They're at least at Hong Ying's level. Do you want us to be surrounded by such experts?" Hai Chi helplessly scratched her neck. "I'm warning you, don't act rashly. Otherwise we'll be in trouble if we draw out an imprinter. That's someone on the same level as your father. Think about it, if your father suppressed his power level to below 200,000, would we be able to deal with him? Hai Chichi thought about it and then looked at Lu Yin seriously. Please disguise yourself more wretchedly and don't show your face. If you're discovered, we'll be doomed. Lu Yin was speechless. Just how much confidence did this brat have in the Sea King to look down on him? However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Even if people of different realms had the same power level, their strength and lethality would be different. Even the most ordinary envoys would not be a match for them if they suppressed their power levels to below 200,000, let alone the Sea King. Those people's understanding of battle was different from Lu Yin's, and Lu Yin even suspected that Master Yuan's level might have broken through some sort of bottleneck and reached a different realm. Just like how they didn't absorb star energy but astral sources, their view of the universe was different as well. Not long after, the spacecraft shuddered and headed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. During the battle on Yellow Planet Lesser Crimson, Lu Yin and the others had successfully rescued everyone from Astral 3, causing the Galloping Horsemanor to lose a lot of face. Madame Red had personally ordered for the surrounding area to be sealed off, especially the entrance to Chaos Flow Zone, to prevent anyone from escaping. Windborne is still out on a business trip, so I wish everyone safe and sound. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 870. However, she would never have imagined that Lu Yin would bring Hai Chichi to the Starfall Sea. Hong Ying had been severely injured in the battle and was currently recuperating. She had originally planned to search for the people from Astral 3 after her treatment to wash away her humiliation. However, Madame Red had ordered her to head to the Greyweed continent in the Starfall Sea and assist the Tong family in capturing all of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. Hong Ying could only obey as she had no chance to take revenge. On the seaweed at the entrance to the Starfall Sea, all of the miners remained motionless on their spacecraft until the coating was completed. Only then did they head towards the Starfall Sea. This was Lu Yin's second time here, and he had never expected to return in such a manner. However, the circumstances were similar. The first time they had been chased by Feng Mo and had been forced to participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. This time they had disguised themselves as miners to avoid the Sixth Mainland's pursuit. This place wouldn't be bad for him, right? Every time he came here he would be chased. Hai Chichi wasn't too far from Lu Yin and she missed the outside world, but she couldn't leave. At that moment an alarm sounded from the spacecraft and most of the miners were terrified, not knowing what was happening. Lu Yin knew that the ocean currents were coming. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the spacecraft to sway up and down, and the miners around them grabbed onto their belongings tightly. This was the first time most of them had experienced an ocean current, and they were filled with fear of the unknown. Soon enough, the ocean currents passed and the spacecraft returned to normal. There were some planets in the Starfall Sea that acted as coatings for the spacecraft, isolating them from the ocean. However, every time an ocean current appeared, it required a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 or above to resist it. Now, after the battle between the progenitors, the weather had changed greatly and everyone's power levels had been suppressed below 200,000. How were these planets able to resist the ocean currents? Or had they all collapsed? Hai Chichi thought of this as well and her face paled. She had been born in the Starfall Sea and she often visited some of the planets here. Everything here was like home to her. Don't think too much. The Sea King's dome has a high status in the Starfall Sea, so it'll be fine, Lu Yin consoled her. Hai Chichi nodded and waited nervously. The Sixth Mainland did not forbid the miners from speaking to each other, but they did not care. In their eyes, the miners were not completely criminals, but they were still lowly people. They hoped that all of the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland would betray them and surrender to them, but they also looked down on those who had surrendered. Thus, they would avoid contact with the miners if they could, which gave Lu Yin and the others some space to speak. He asked many miners wanting to know where they would be arranged to mine in the Starfall Sea, but none of them knew. Lu Yin had also inquired about the situation in the various regions of the Innerverse, but the results were not ideal. At least in the eyes of these miners, the entire universe belonged to the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland, even though they did not know the exact situation of the Sixth Mainland. The Hall of Honor and the various great powers of the Innerverse had not publicized the existence of the Sixth Mainland, and they had only said that it was an invader. People like Alfonso had only known about the Sixth Mainland because the Sixth Mainland itself had publicized it. Although they did not know much about the Sixth Mainland, the cultivators of the Innerverse knew that the Sixth Mainland was completely different from them. Once the imprint appeared, the Innerverse cultivators would view the Sixth Mainland's cultivators as a different race, just like how the Innerverse cultivators were viewed as natives by the Sixth Mainland. Most of these miners came from the vicinity of the Starfall Sea, as the universe was too vast. Even the Starfall Sea's surroundings did not seem that big, but there were still more than 100 million cultivators who had been captured. These cultivators had all been scattered to help the Sixth Mainland mine resources and hand-in battle techniques. Lu Yin had snuck in right after these miners had handed in their battle techniques. He had to admit that his luck was pretty good. Otherwise he might not have been able to hide Hai Chi-Chi's identity as a woman. After chatting for a while, Lu Yin did not ask any more questions. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, and there was nothing worth asking about these miners. They were already salted fish, and even if he hijacked this spacecraft they would not help him. Without his gadget to check the time, Lu Yin did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it had been more than 10 days. The spacecraft shuddered and stopped and they were chased away. They had arrived at their destination. Hai Chi-Chi's face paled. Lu Yin was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Hai Chi-Chi whispered, "This is the Sea King's dome." Lu Yin was stunned. "Are you sure?" Hai Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with apprehension and fear as she followed the group of miners down the spacecraft. As soon as he stepped out, a familiar scene appeared before his eyes. Lu Yin was shocked. This was indeed the Sea King's dome. He was quite familiar with the Sea King's dome, and he had not forgotten the shock he had felt when he had first seen it. He still remembered the conical mountain, the sunlight that had illuminated it, the waterfall that had cascaded down, and the greenery that had dotted the mountain range. The space behind the mountain had rippled, and the sound of a drum had echoed through the void. It had made him feel as if he was facing a divine mountain, and it had been filled with majesty. What had left the deepest impression on him was the number of rune lines that the Sea King's dome possessed. They were so dazzling that he did not dare to look at them. But now the Sea King's dome in front of him had completely changed. The mountain had been split in two, the waterfall had stopped flowing, and the sunlight had disappeared. The entire Sea King's dome had become dusky, and it looked more like hell than anything else. Flames were rising from all over the mountain range and no one knew what was burning. The greenery that had once adorned the mountain range had withered, and the buildings, shopping malls and auction houses were all gone. It was a completely desolate scene. Hai Chi-Chi trembled at the sight and her eyes turned red. She was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Yin hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Your father is fine. Don't you want to look for him?" Hai Chi-Chi suddenly sobered up and lowered her head so that no one could see the tears in her eyes. The first time she had left her hometown she had been gone for 4 years. During those 4 years she had spent every day searching for a way to return. No one could understand her pain, and now that she had finally returned home, her home had been reduced to such a state. This was the first time in her life that she had suffered such a blow. Fortunately, Lu Yin had reminded her, or else the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland would have definitely noticed. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at the Sea King's dome. The current Sea King's dome no longer had the rune lines that had caused him so much pain in the past. Instead, it only had rune lines from the Sixth Mainland and the miners. One of them had a power level close to 200,000, and it was either a peak hunter or an enlighter who had suppressed their power level. Is there any ore in the Sea King's dome that needs to be mined? Lu Yin brought Hai Chi-Chi along with him as they walked along the stream of people. Hai Chi-Chi's body trembled and she lamented, "Sea King's glass is an extremely rare ore that my father discovered. It's very hard, and although it can't be fused with other ores, it can be used to forge weapons and armor. Its defensive power is very high, and many of the experts of the Sea King's dome use Sea King's glass weapons. It's said that it can withstand a power level of 500,000. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item. He was lacking materials that could withstand extremely high power levels. Sea King's glass? It was no wonder why the Sixth Mainland needed miners like them to mine it. As for whether it could be fused with other ores, Lu Yin did not care. He had never needed to think about how to make his weapons and armor. As long as he could create something that looked like it, everything else would be left to the Dai's hands. Can ordinary miners mine Sea King's glass? Lu Yin asked curiously. Hai Chi looked up at the tall mountain. The Sea King's glass is hidden within ordinary stones and it's not a complete piece. As long as the surface of the stone is peeled off, any ordinary cultivator can do it. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the tall mountain. It seemed that the Sea King's glass was hidden within this mountain. The Sea King's dome had been completely destroyed, and nothing could be seen of what it had once been. In the distance, a giant statue had been erected. It was not of Madame Red but rather of an old man. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, this old man should be the Tong family's ancestor, the cosmic imprinter. The Starfall Sea was now completely under the Tong family's control. Not long after Lu Yin and the others entered the tall mountain, Hai Chi suddenly paused and tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lu Yin hurriedly pulled her into his embrace and looked up in a certain direction. His expression changed. In the distance there were many corpses hanging on the beach. He did not know how long they had been there, but some of them had already dried up. Lu Yin swept his gaze over them, but he did not recognize any of them. However, he felt like he had seen one of them before. He pondered for a moment and recalled that when he had left the Sea King's dome with Hai Chi, an old man had appeared. The old man had praised Lu Yin and hoped that Lu Yin would be able to go against the flow in the future. "Tiki, that old man?" Lu Yin could not help but ask. Hai Chi lowered her head and her eyes were red. She ignored Lu Yin and continued to walk forward numbly. Lu Yin sighed and did not say anything else. Soon enough, the group of miners arrived at the mountain. There was no one to watch over them and they could mine as they pleased. However, they had to mine a certain amount before they could be free. It was said that a spacecraft would only take the free cultivators away once every 6 months. Hai Chi did not say anything and continued to mine the ore numbly. She peeled off the rocks and searched for the Sea King's glass. Lu Yin stood guard beside Hai Chi to prevent her from losing control of her emotions. Lu Yin held a piece of dark green Sea King's glass in his hand. It was only the size of a thumb, but in this region this was already considered top-notch. It had taken him an entire day to dig up a single piece. He squeezed it with all his might, but there was not even a crack. He was well aware of his strength, and if he had faced a normal hunter, that person would have been crushed to death. However, this piece of Sea King's glass did not react at all. He did not know how this thing melted, but it was probably similar to the materials that he had given to Banjio, which required an extremely high temperature. For 2 full days, Hai Chi did not say anything and continued to mine numbly. She managed to mine 3 pieces of Sea King's glass. Lu Yin also managed to mine 4 pieces. These miners needed to mine over 1,000 pieces before they could be free. On average, they could mine 1 piece per day, which meant that it would take them more than 3 years. To cultivators, this was not a long time. This mountain was too large, and even if the amount of Sea King's glass produced was low, the entire mountain would still be enough to form a small mountain. Who knew how many weapons and armor could be made from this much material? If they could equip an entire army, then they would be practically invincible. Lu Yin's eyes blazed, and he wondered if the Sea King's dome had once had an army equipped with Sea King's glass. Christmas Eve has been updated and Windborn is still on a business trip. I've done my best. I wish my brothers a safe and healthy life. Thank you for your support. Chapter 871. Without sunlight, the Sea King's dome was eternally dark. Hai Chi sat in a corner with her arms crossed. She looked in the direction of the corpses, but no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yin sat down beside her. "Tell me." Hai Chi muttered. "Father has 4 elders under his command and he's called Elder Ren. He's the one who treats me the best. Whenever I talked back to father when he wanted to punish me, it was Elder Ren who would secretly give me food and take me out to play. Every time we went out he would bring me fun things and secretly tell me stories." At this point, Hai Chi's tears began to fall. "Ever since I was young, whenever father went into seclusion to cultivate, I would always call Elder Ren to accompany me. No matter what requests I had, he would fulfill them. No matter how rude I was, he didn't care." Lu Yin's eyes dimmed as he understood Hai Chi's pain. When he had brought Hai Chi out of the Starfall Sea, Elder Ren's eyes had been filled with kindness and expectation, whether it was towards Hai Chi or Lu Yin. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, it was also Elder Ren who appeared to intimidate the Day-Night clan and the Sword Sect. When Wendy revealed her secret technique, It was also Elder Rin who sealed the heavens so that you wouldn't be captured by the Innerverse, Hai Chi said sorrowfully. Lu Yin's heart trembled and he looked at the old man's corpse with a respectful gaze. This was kindness. This old man had shown him kindness, and regardless of whether or not it was on the Sea King's orders, kindness was kindness. Hai Chi sat in the dark corner and spoke for a long time. It seemed like she was talking to Lu Yin, but it also seemed like she was talking to the old man. Hai Chi reached out and grabbed Lu Yin's clothes, her eyes filled with tears. Please think of a way to bury Elder Ren's corpse. I can't watch him be humiliated like this. Lu Yin took a deep breath and placed a hand on Hai Chi's head. He resolutely said, "All right, I'll think of something." Hai Chi closed her eyes and hugged her knees with her arms. She looked very lonely. Lu Yin sighed and reached out to pull her into his embrace. He did not have any other thoughts and he only felt pity for her. This brat had suffered too much of a blow. The Sea King's dome was already in ruins and the Sea King's whereabouts were a mystery. According to rumors, when the Starfall Sea and the Sixth Mainland went to war, all the losers fled to the Greyweed continent. There was a 90% chance that the Sea King was there as well. However, the journey from the Sea King's dome to the Greyweed continent was rather long, and it was impossible for a spacecraft without a coding to reach the Greyweed continent. Lu Yin and Hai Chi could only peacefully mine in the Sea King's dome and wait for an opportunity. Soon several days passed and another batch of miners arrived. Currently there were hundreds of thousands of miners in the Sea King's dome, but compared to the massive cone-shaped mountain, these miners were like ants that could not move the mountain at all. If Lu Yin wanted to extract the Sea King's glass as soon as possible, he would need to increase the number of miners, which would be impossible without several million miners. Within the Sea King's dome, the Sixth Mainland had close to 100,000 cultivators, and most of them were limiters. There weren't many space-exploring cultivators, but there were more and more experts. 2 more hunters had come to reinforce the Sea King's dome yesterday. As time passed, more and more reinforcements arrived. After a few more days, there were now more than 10 hunters in the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin was getting a little anxious. He had been in the Innerverse for more than a month, and he estimated that there were less than 5 months left until the crack opened. If he did not get a spacecraft to the Greyweed continent or return within 5 months, then he would be trapped in the Innerverse. Hai Chi could see that Lu Yin was getting anxious, and she told him to leave as soon as he had the chance. There was no need for him to send her to the Sea King. As for Elder Ren's corpse, she did not mention it again. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Even if he wanted to leave, he would need an opportunity to do so. However, he was not too worried. At worst, he could just ask Mr. Mu for help. Mr. Mu was definitely not weaker than Master Yuan, and he might even be stronger. It should not be a problem for him to connect the Astral River's energy and send Lu Yin to the Outerverse. Of course, Lu Yin did not want to ask Mr. Mu for help. Mr. Mu was a master, not a babysitter. If he asked Mr. Mu for help too many times, then it would no longer work. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that this region of space was suppressed by the astronomical phenomena caused by the battle between progenitors. Even if Mr. Mu appeared, he would not be able to display a power level of more than 200,000. This was a serious problem. Who's that? Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a familiar face. At the cliff of the Sea King's dome, Tong Cho looked into the distance with a complicated expression. The Sea King's dome was coming again. How spectacular! He did not know how much longer he would have to stay in this place. Perhaps he would never be able to return. He had been sent here by Tong Tong. He did not know what had happened back then, but he had inexplicably caught the eye of Tong Zhan and been brought to the Greyweed continent to participate in the war. However, after a few battles, Tong Zhan had been disappointed. He did not know why, but Tong Tong had tossed him back to Tong Tong. Tong Tong had seen that it would be very difficult for him to break through to the explorer realm, so she had tossed him back to the ruins of the Sea King's dome. Tong Cho sighed. Perhaps this was a good thing. Although this place was a ruin, it was still safe. Bang bang bang. The sound of mining could be heard endlessly, and Tong Cho glanced back. Although he was curious as to why there were miners mining at the cliff, he did not care. These miners were weaklings with no self-respect, and they were even weaker than him. Tong Cho was not afraid of them. Lu Yin approached Tong Cho step by step and stopped when he was 5 meters away. The next moment his vision changed and he saw another scene. This was Tong Chao's perspective, and some of Tong Chao's memories appeared in his mind. This was the use of the die's 6 pips. Not only could it fuse with a person's body, but as long as the person was within 5 meters of the target, Lu Yin would be able to connect with their emotions, read their memories and view. The first person he had discovered this function was Delay, and because of this he had learned about the strangeness of Lu Ying Zishan and had absorbed her spiritual force. Now he had encountered another person who had been fused with before, Tong Chou. Tong Chou did not know that Lu Yin had read part of his memories, and it was the same as when he had first been fused with. Tong Chou quickly left, leaping down and leaving the cliff. After watching Tong Chou leave, Lu Yin glanced back and fell into deep thought. The battle in the Greyweed continent was intense, and the Tong family had invited the Galloping Horse Manor to join them in killing the enemy. A spacecraft would arrive in half a month to take the people to the Greyweed continent. These were Tong Chao's memories. Through Tong Chao's memories, Lu Yin saw some fragments of the battle, and one of them piqued his interest. The location of the battle was in the Greyweed continent, and it was a place with high temperatures. According to the people of the Greyweed continent, that place was called the Skyfire Dojo, and it was one of the 72 dojos in the Greyweed continent. Lu Yin had not expected Tong Chou to have participated in the battle in the Greyweed continent, and now he had been inexplicably sent here to guard the miners. Half a month. That spacecraft would arrive in half a month and that would be his chance. The problem was that through Tong Chao's memories he knew that many experts would be sent to the Greyweed continent, and there might even be imprinters among them. Lu Yin was not confident that he could reach the Greyweed continent under the noses of imprinters. With a heavy heart Lu Yin continued to mine. 2 days later another spacecraft arrived. This time there were more than 10 hunters, Hong Ying and Granny Sly. When Lu Yin saw Granny Sly halfway up the mountain his pupils shrank. Although Granny Sly's power level had been suppressed to less than 200,000, and her rune lines were not that terrifying, Lu Yin still felt his scalp go numb when he looked at her. It was a feeling of imminent danger, one that he had only felt from terrifying powerhouses that far surpassed him. Even when he had faced Yumu's pressure he had not felt this way. He recognized Granny Sly from Tong Chao's memories. She was one of the few imprinters in the Tong family and she was a super powerhouse. She was also Gui Bing's master. At the same time he also saw Hong Ying and his expression turned ugly. The war in the Greyweed continent was intense, and the Tong family had not only mobilized Granny Sly, but they had also invited Hong Ying and the rest of the Galloping Horse Manor's reinforcements. Lu Yin guessed that even more powerhouses would arrive soon. This was a rather thorny situation. According to Tong Chao's memories, there were about 10 days left until the spacecraft from the Greyweed continent arrived, and Granny Sly and the rest would have to wait for another 10 days. Why is that woman here? Hai Chi recognized Hong Ying and exclaimed softly. Lu Yin replied, they're going to the Greyweed continent. Hai Chi's eyes widened. When? About 10 more days, he answered in a low voice. What about us? Hai Chi asked impatiently. Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. We can't go. Do you see that old woman? She's an emissary and she's on the same level as your father. Hai Chi gritted her teeth and looked over. She saw Granny Sly and her eyes flickered. Lu Yin helplessly replied, with your father's strength he won't have any problems protecting himself, but if you go he'll have to protect you and something might happen to you. You don't want anything to happen to the Sea King, right? Hai Chi struggled. There were too many experts in the 6th mainland and she had seen them all with her own eyes. Even though she was confident in the Sea King, as emissaries were divided into different levels of power, and she knew that her father was not an ordinary emissary. However, if she went she might become a burden. Then what do you think we should do? Hai Chi asked in agony. Lu Yin sighed. I'm sorry, Chi. We can't force our way through, and once we enter the Greyweed continent, it'll be very difficult to return. We might even be annihilated there. I believe that the Sea King doesn't want you to die in the Greyweed continent, and he'd rather have you alive. Hai Chi fell silent. Let's wait for them to leave in 10 days and then we'll head back. Although Lu Yin did not want to do this he still said it. Although he was confident he was not arrogant. Hong Ying was already very troublesome to deal with, and there were also many hunters and Granny Sly around. It was unrealistic to try and kill their way to the Greyweed continent while surrounded by so many people. Even if they did, they would only be besieged and their deaths would be meaningless. Progenitors were suppressed by celestial phenomena, and even if Lu Yin was confident in Mr. Mu, he could not guarantee that Mr. Mu would be able to come to the Starfall Sea to save them. Hai Chi reluctantly looked in the direction of the Greyweed continent, but in the end she nodded. Even if the Sea King was there, she could not go. She was not stupid and she knew that there was nothing she could do. She could only retreat and preserve a glimmer of hope for the future. Lu Yin relaxed as his goal had changed. Returning to the Outerverse was a much easier goal, as there would be a spacecraft heading to the Starfall Sea's entrance next month. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to bring Hai Chi onto that spacecraft, as there would not be any powerhouses on the spacecraft heading to the Starfall Sea's entrance. Lu Yin had originally thought that everything would be peaceful and that he would just have to wait a little longer, but Granny Slice's voice rang out in the sky above the Sea King's dome, completely disrupting Lu Yin's plans. Granny Sly had actually ordered all of the miners to kneel before the statue of the Tong family's ancestor. Chapter 872. Hong Ying found Granny Slice's orders strange. They're just miners. They're useless, but Granny seems to care a lot about them. Granny Sly indifferently replied, "The natives of the 5th mainland have to kneel and pray to the statue of the 6th mainland's powerhouse every day. Not only do we have to suppress them in terms of strength, but we also have to leave them with a psychological trauma that they can never erase. The more they kneel, the more psychological obstacles they will face in their cultivation, and the less likely they will become powerhouses in the future." Hong Ying's eyes narrowed and she glanced at the miners below. Granny is right. Within the Sea King's dome, the cultivators from the 6th mainland spread out and ordered all the miners to gather in the plaza and kneel before the statue of the Tong family's patriarch. The miners did not mind, as they had already lost their dignity by willingly becoming miners after being captured alive. Some of them even knelt very sincerely, hoping to join the 6th mainland. There were quite a few of them. Hundreds of thousands of miners from the Sea King's dome were kneeling. Granny Sly was satisfied, as this was a rule that all Imprinter had set. If they wanted to conquer this continent, they had to suppress them with force as well as suppress them psychologically. All of the miners knelt except for 2 people, Lu Yin and Hai Chi. They naturally could not kneel before the Tong family's patriarch, so they hid within the mine and tried to blend in. Unfortunately, they were still discovered by Granny Sly. She was very sensitive to the flow of star energy and she sensed that there were people within the mine. The cultivators from the 6th mainland rushed into the mine to search, and Hong Ying volunteered to enter as well. She had been resting for a few days and her hands were itching. Lu Yin had not expected her to suddenly enter. The moment she saw Lu Yin, her entire demeanor changed. She gripped her spear tightly and shouted, "It's you." Lu Yin sighed and had Hai Chi hide within the mine. He clenched his right fist as he faced the dozen cultivators from the 6th mainland and Hong Ying. Inside the mine, Hong Ying's eyes widened, and her imprint appeared behind her. Flying Divine Spear. The other cultivators from the 6th mainland also imprinted and attacked Lu Yin. Although Hong Ying wanted revenge, she did not think that she could defeat Lu Yin by herself. She even had a power vessel in her hands. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as formless waves of energy spread out from his body. He clenched his right fist and raised it, Day-Night Fist. As he punched out, the transition between day and night caused everyone's vision to blur. An indescribably terrifying spiritual force swept out, transforming into ripples that could be seen with the naked eye as they pushed through the void. This punch caused Hong Ying to feel dizzy, and the other cultivators of the 6th mainland all coughed up blood as they were sent flying. Hong Ying could only hold on for a few more breaths before she could no longer bear it. She also spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. She seemed to be in a daze. There was nothing special about the Day-Night Fist itself, except for one thing. It could unleash Lu Yin's spiritual force. Lu Yin's spiritual force had already been very powerful, and it had even surprised White Knight. Ever since he had absorbed the spiritual force sphere within Lu Ying Zishan's body, his spiritual force had become even more powerful. He guessed that it might even rival the 10 Arbiters. In the Outerverse, he had not dared to use the Day-Night Fist too frequently. If there were Innerverse cultivators around, he would not have dared to use it either. He was afraid that the Day-Night clan would discover that he had learned their battle technique, which was a huge taboo. But now, against the people of the Sixth Mainland, he could use it to his heart's content. Looking at all of Lu Yin's battle techniques, whether it was the Sky Beast Claw, the Dream Finger, or the Nine Suns Cauldron transformation, none of them had reached the level of the 10 Arbiters. Even if the Nine Suns Cauldron transformation could absorb an unlimited amount of star energy, he had not completely cultivated it to the level of one of the 10 Arbiters. The only thing that he felt was that his spiritual force was comparable to the 10 Arbiters. In other words, the Day-Night Fist was his strongest attack, and it was also the attack that he could not afford to see. Even Hong Ying did not have the ability to withstand this punch, and she crashed outside the mine as if she were dead. In the sky, Granny Sly was shocked, as she had not expected that there would be an expert in the mine. Lu Yin walked out of the mine and was surrounded by the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. There were no less than 20 hunters, and there were even enlighters among them. All of them had suppressed their power levels to below 200,000. Granny Sly looked down at Lu Yin. "Junior, who are you?" Lu Yin raised his head and looked up at the sky. "Someone who can settle scores." Granny Sly's eyes turned fierce. "Kill him." As soon as she spoke, several hunters attacked. They used their martial seals to suppress the air and enveloped the entire mine that Lu Yin was in. The range of their attacks was enough to obliterate the void. Lu Yin raised his right fist again and unleashed another Day-Night Fist. His spiritual force engulfed the area, and even the hunters could not withstand such a terrifying spiritual force. They continuously retreated as they panted heavily. Suddenly, an old man appeared behind Lu Yin. He had a fierce look in his eyes as he pressed down with a palm that flickered with a strange black light. With the support of his martial seal, he struck out at Lu Yin's head. This was an enlighter who had withstood Lu Yin's Day-Night Fist. No matter how powerful Lu Yin's spiritual force was, his power level had to be below 200,000. Even if his spiritual force attack exceeded 200,000, he still had to suppress it. Normal hunters would not be able to withstand the spiritual force pressure of someone with a power level close to 200,000, but it was different for enlighters. The greatest difference between an enlighter and a hunter was that one's spiritual force would undergo a refinement. Even if a hunter's spiritual force was the weakest, once they broke through to the enlighter realm, their spiritual force resistance would greatly increase. Even if they did not possess a powerful spiritual force attack, they would still be able to resist it. This was especially true for the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, as they had to endure the imprints. The tempering of their spiritual force was not something that the Fifth Mainland's cultivators could compare to. However, no matter how much they tempered their spiritual force, they would not be able to withstand Lu Yin's spiritual force pressure that rivaled that of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin shifted his body to the side and kicked out. The old man did not meet Lu Yin's attack head-on. Instead, he turned in the direction that Lu Yin had moved and struck out with his palm once more. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and his fates and appeared behind him. The old man's palm landed on the fates but he was unable to break through its defenses. Back when Lu Yin had still been a Limiter, his fates and had been able to block a casual attack from the hunter Feng Mo. Now that his strength had increased, the fatesen's might had increased as well. This was especially true after absorbing Hong Ying's grain of fates and which had grown slightly larger. However, it was still in the shape of dirt and looked extremely ugly. Out of all the enlighters that Lu Yin had fought against, this old man was the most cautious, and he did not even try to meet Lu Yin's attacks head-on. Any enlighter who wanted to attack an explorer would act high and mighty, and they would not be afraid of a direct confrontation. This old man was an exception. The old man's palm had failed and he was shocked. "Junior, you're not being suppressed?" Lu Yin arrogantly kicked out. This kick was very unexpected, as if it were a fight between mortals. The old man was unable to react in time and was kicked in the stomach, causing him to stumble back a few steps. However, the old man was still an enlighter and his physical body was not something a hunter could compare to. Thus, he did not sustain any internal injuries. "Junior, you're courting death." The old man stepped forward and his hands flickered with a black light. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of palm imprints descended. Even though the fatesen had grown slightly larger, it was still unable to block so many palm imprints. Lu Yin's figure flickered, but the old man's palm imprints covered an entire region. More importantly, Lu Yin did not know which palm imprint was the real one, so he could only helplessly gather star energy in his right hand. First Sunday, a scorching sun was born from his palm and pushed towards the old man. Along the way, dozens of palm imprints were destroyed. Finally, a palm imprint collided with the sun, and a turbulent shockwave swept out in all directions. The scorching heat and boundless pressure shocked the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland who were attacking Lu Yin. Any enlighter who suppressed their power level to less than 200,000 was extremely terrifying, and only other enlighters, or rather the Fifth Mainland's king-ranked powerhouses, could stand up to them. Among the younger generation, there were very few who could stand up to an enlighter who suppressed their power level to less than 200,000. In the sky, Granny Slice's eyes trembled. Lu Yin reminded her of someone, the person who had killed Gui Bing outside the Starfall Sea. Gui Bing was her disciple, and he also had the shadowless crafty needle. He was very powerful, and even if he encountered an enlighter from the Fifth Mainland, he would still be able to escape. There were very few people who could kill him, and this person was one of them. Within the mine, Hai Chi looked outside nervously, and her fingers turned white. The old man was forced back by Lu Yin once again, and his palm had been scorched by the sun. The current Immerse battlefield seemed to be a battlefield for the younger generation, but in reality, the true peak experts were still the enlighters. There were very few youths who could exchange blows with them, and the old man had thought that he would be able to defeat this youth quickly. However, the youth had been injured, which was something the old man could not accept. He stomped down, causing the void to crack as he charged towards Lu Yin once again. Lu Yin frowned. There were more than a dozen hunters around him, and there was even an imprinter above him. He had to deal with this old man as soon as possible, or else it would be difficult for him to even protect himself. The old man's control of star energy was extremely precise, and he had suppressed his star energy to the point where it was infinitely close to a power level of 200,000. If Lu Yin wanted to forcefully receive this palm strike, he would need to be able to control his star energy as precisely as the old man or surpass his power level. Lu Yin did not plan on forcefully receiving the attack, and he casually waved his hand to activate the Yu's secret art. The old man's palm strike was inexplicably deflected and struck the void, causing a palm-shaped crack to appear in the void. The old man's eyes narrowed. What's this? Lu Yin did not give the old man much time to think as he tapped out with a finger. The dream finger caused the void to freeze, and the old man could only watch as the finger descended. The star energy in his body rumbled as the finger attacked his own body, forcing him to take half a step back. Lu Yin's finger brushed past the old man's neck and pierced through his shoulder, leaving a bloody wound on his neck. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his left palm flickered with a dark light as it swatted towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's 8-line battle force imprint struck out as well, but the difference was that the old man's palm was blocked by his fate sin. Lu Yin had originally thought that his palm would successfully hit the old man, but the old man dodged it. Lu Yin's palm transformed into a claw as the sky beast claw swept out horizontally. The dark light in the old man's palm condensed into something solid and blocked in front of him as he rapidly retreated. The dark light was torn apart by the sky beast claw, but the old man also managed to dodge it. The two had only exchanged blows for a brief moment, but each step was filled with danger. Lu Yin vigilantly stared at the old man, as this was the first time that he had faced an enlighter who was serious. In the past he had either relied on external items to trap and kill enlighters, or he had killed them while they were not paying attention. In any case, he had relied on external items, but this time he was truly fighting against an enlighter, and his opponent was also very serious. Chapter 873. Even though Lu Yin's power level had been suppressed to below 200,000, when an enlighter got serious, the strength that he could display was enough to make Lu Yin apprehensive. Anyone who could cultivate to the enlighter realm was not simple, and this old man was not easy to deal with. He had even used the Yu's secret art, the 9-yang cauldron transformation and the day-night punch, but he still could not easily defeat the old man. Lu Yin was apprehensive, but the elder was even more vigilant. He could tell that this person had the strength of a triple-cycle explorer, but he still had the ability to exchange blows with the elder. There weren't many people in the entire Fifth Mainland who could match up to him, and each one of them was extremely famous. Every one of them was someone who the Sixth Mainland wanted to kill. This person had the strength of a king-ranked realm cultivator, and although he could not compare to a realmling, he was not too far off. What's more, this person actually possessed a secret technique. A secret technique that could turn something rotten into something miraculous was something that not even an imprinter could possess, let alone an enlighter. In the sky, Granny Sly stared at Lu Ying with a fervent gaze. This kid actually had a secret technique and she had to get it. Outside the mine, Hong Ying struggled to get to her feet and shook her head. She had just been knocked unconscious by a single punch and had only just regained consciousness. She looked at the old man in front of her and Lu Ying as they exchanged glances. With a wave of her hand, a spear appeared in her hand and she pointed it at Lu Ying. "Who are you?" Lu Yin's head hurt as this was truly troublesome. The old man in front of him was too cautious, and a cautious enlighter was very frightening. Lu Ying would rather not have the celestial phenomenon that suppressed his power level than use external items. The universal armor, the bracers, and the secret art would have been more than enough to eliminate this old man. But now, Lu Ying realized that the celestial phenomenon that suppressed his power level was actually even more disadvantageous to him. There was a whoosh as Hong Ying stabbed her spear towards Lu Ying. At the same time, the elder's imprint appeared and he raised his hand to strike out once more. A dark light flickered within his palm. Lu Ying hurriedly dodged Hong Ying's attack and grabbed the spear's shaft. Just like before, overlaid shockwaves exploded from his palm, forcing Hong Ying to release her grip. Lu Ying viciously stabbed the spear towards the old man. The old man pressed his palm against the tip of the spear, and the black light shot out from the spear towards Lu Ying. Lu Ying grabbed the spear and smashed it towards Hong Ying. Hong Ying was shocked, but she did not know what she had done. But her spear tassel had come to life just like the red-tasseled spear from before and blocked the black light. The old man tossed his spear aside and grabbed at Lu Ying. "Surrender, Junior." Lu Ying leapt up and raised his right fist, unleashing another day-night punch. The alternation of black and white produced a shock to her essence, chi, and spirit. Hong Ying sadly fainted again. She couldn't hold on any longer. Several of the hunters nearby had also fainted due to concussions. The old man clenched his teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He leapt up, his palm completely enveloped by a black light. His martial imprint was activated and illuminated his body. "Junior, die." Lu Ying gathered star energy in his right palm, and nearly half of the star energy in his body transformed into a sun. He pressed down with his palm, causing the sun to descend. The old man's eyes flashed and he suddenly retreated. At the same time, a sharp edge appeared. It was as if the old man's aura was being pulled, causing Lu Ying to feel a chill run down his spine. He turned around and pushed out a sun, but an arrow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the sun. A blinding light illuminated the surroundings, and the sun was immediately shattered. Someone had launched a sneak attack with an arrow, but Lu Ying barely managed to block the attack as he pushed the arrow away. Behind him, the old man sneered. "Let's see how you block this, kid." "Old man, there's someone behind you," Lu Ying shouted as he pointed out. The old man was shocked. Behind him, the ghost monkey appeared from the shadows, and the black shadow transformed into a scythe that slashed towards the old man's head. The old man shouted, "Scram!" The star energy around him surged, forcing the monkey to retreat. The monkey was not like Lu Ying, who could challenge those who were a realm breaker, and it was impossible for it to even fight against an ordinary hunter. Its only purpose was to obstruct the old man. This sliver of time was enough. Lu Yin's dream finger froze the void and pointed towards the old man's head. The old man's pupils shrank, but he could not escape even if he wanted to. The dream finger's ability to freeze the void was extremely terrifying, and the old man's best time to dodge had been delayed by the monkey. He could only watch as the finger descended. Lu Yin's scalp turned numb and he waved his left hand. A needle appeared in front of him and he used the secret art to transfer it into the mountain. It pierced through the mountain and into the ocean, and the old man took the opportunity to retreat and avoid the dream finger. Lu Ying looked up. The imprinter had finally made a move. The old man looked up. "Granny Sly, please give me some time. I can do it." "Enough. You don't need to do anything." Granny Sly's voice was cold, and her eyes carried a chilling heat as she looked at Lu Ying. Her lips curled up. "Kid, you killed Gui Bing, didn't you?" Lu Ying looked up and met her gaze. "I've killed too many people, so I forgot." Granny Sly's eyes narrowed and a cold glint flashed through them. "It doesn't matter. You just used a secret technique, so hand it over to me. Not only will I not kill you, but I'll even take you in as a disciple and replace Gui Bing. You'll join the Tong family and become a cultivator of the sixth mainland. How about that? The old man's expression turned ugly when he heard this, as he also wanted to obtain the secret technique. Everyone from the sixth mainland looked at Lu Yin with burning eyes, as everyone wanted to obtain the secret technique. Even further away, the hundreds of thousands of miners stared blankly at the scene. They had never imagined that there would be such a powerhouse among them. Lu Yin's lips curled up and he looked at Granny Sly. What are the benefits of joining the sixth mainland? Granny Sly smiled sinisterly. I'm not negotiating with you. Either you join the sixth mainland and become my disciple, or I'll capture you and slowly torture you. I'll let you experience the true terror of the shadowless needle, and that will be the thing you'll regret the most in your life. Lu Yin slowly descended. You seem to have forgotten something. He then pointed outside the mine. Hong Ying, who should have fainted, was nowhere to be found. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators were shocked, as their attention had been drawn to Lu Yin, and they had actually forgotten about Hong Ying. Granny Slice's expression changed as well, and her gaze locked onto the mine. There's someone else. Lu Yin walked outside the mine and glanced over to see that Hong Ying had been captured by Hai Chi-Chi. He had soared into the air to divert everyone's attention, as Hai Chi-Chi was quite smart. Granny Sly casually waved her hand, and a boundless amount of rune lines appeared. However, the mountain range was severed and it crashed into the foot of the mountain with a deafening boom. Hai Chi-Chi and Hong Ying were revealed from within the mine. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched and he hurriedly stood in front of the pale Hai Chi-Chi. He grabbed Hong Ying by the neck and glared at Granny Sly. If you dare attack again, this woman will be buried with us. Lu Yin had always overestimated the strength of imprinters, but he now realized that he had still underestimated them. Their power level had not even reached 100,000, but Lu Yin had not even had the time to react. They were on a completely different level from that elder. This was an imprinter, a powerhouse with a power level of over 500,000. Even if they suppressed their power level, Lu Yin still could not fight against them. He suddenly recalled Master Yuan's words. Imprinters did not use star energy but rather astral sources. He did not know if the 10 arbiters could fight against an imprinter while suppressing their power level, but he could not. Junior, you're too naive if you think that you can leave this place alive by taking hostages. Granny Sly glowered at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sneered. Her name is Hong Ying, and she's a disciple of Madame Red from the Flying Horse Manor. The Flying Horse Manor was invited by the Tong family to participate in the Greyweed Continent's war. Tell me, if Madame Red's disciple died because you didn't save her, what would she think? What would the other powers of the Grand Martial Realm think? Would the Tong family be able to invite anyone else in the future? Use your brain. Granny Slice's gaze was fierce. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed, especially the dozen or so hunters from the Flying Horse Manor. They shouted for Lu Yin to release Hong Ying. Lu Yin did not care and he only looked at Granny Sly. He knew how important this woman was. The red tasseled spear had clearly been destroyed, but now there was another one. Her name was similar to Madame Red's, so only a fool would believe that she was not important. This woman was definitely important to the Flying Horse Manor, and she was no less important than Autumn Frost Qing was to the Autumn Frost family. She's awake. Hai Chi-Chi cried out. Lu Yin tightened his grip and Hong Ying coughed twice before opening her eyes. She saw Lu Yin right in front of her and she could feel his tight grip on her neck. Her face paled. You dare to kidnap me? Shut up. If you don't want to die, then ask for help, Lu Yin growled. Hong Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Yin, but she did not say anything. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, as a genius like her was not someone who was afraid of death. He looked up at Granny Sly. Old woman, don't get any ideas. Be careful that this woman doesn't die with you. Granny Sly's gaze was fierce, but after a while her expression suddenly relaxed. She gently said, Junior, I want to take you in as a disciple, and I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Don't be stubborn. The fifth mainland's cultivation system will be destroyed sooner or later, and no one will be able to stop that. Join my sixth mainland and become a disciple of the Tong family. I'll give you a bright future, and with your talent, you might even be able to marry into the Tong family in the future. Lu Yin sneered and he suddenly waved his hand. He leaned to the side and changed the direction of the needle, which then shot into the ground. Hai Chichi was shocked and she looked to her side. That needle had come from that direction, and it had almost pierced through her. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he suddenly exerted force and slapped Hong Ying's abdomen, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin glared at Granny Sly. I told you not to play games with me. Secret techniques are not something you can understand. The surrounding hunters from the Galloping Horse Villa all shouted angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Some contacted the Galloping Horse Villa while others hurriedly said something to Granny Sly. Granny Sly panted heavily as she had never been threatened in such a manner before. Lu Yin was also afraid. Fortunately, he had his rune lines or else he would not have been able to sense this old woman's sneak attack. It had been too dangerous. Hong Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Lu Yin. You won't be able to escape. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than let you succeed. Lu Yin pinched her chin and moved closer to her with a sinister smile. Die. Why don't you try? As long as you dare to die, I'll strip you naked and show everyone the body of a direct descendant of the Galloping Horse Villa. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed. You dare? Hai Chichi's mouth fell open and she stared at Lu Yin in a daze. This person was too evil. Quite a few people heard this and they all roared in anger. Granny Sly was stunned as well. If Lu Yin really did do that, then the outcome would be even worse than Hong Ying's death. She would definitely be skinned alive by Madame Hong. Junior, don't be rash. Lu Yin did not want to do this either, but he had no choice if he wanted to preserve his own life. He ignored Hong Ying's pale face and looked up at Granny Sly. Old woman, have you thought it through? You're not going to play any more tricks? Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 874. Granny Sly was furious and she glared at Lu Yin. What exactly do you want? Lu Yin coldly barked. I don't know. Let me think. Granny Sly was stunned. You don't know? There's such an answer? Hai Chichi was confused as well. Everyone around them was stunned. Lu Yin truly did not know. If he kidnapped Hong Ying and left the Starfall Sea, he would definitely be intercepted by the Flying Horse Villa and the Tong family. Perhaps even a world imprinter like Madame Red would act. Furthermore, if he wanted to escape back to the Outerverse, there was a chance that he would expose the crack. Although the crack could be closed by lock breaking, it would still take time, and he did not believe that he could successfully unlock it under the watch of a world imprinter. Furthermore, he was not sure whether the Outerverse or Hong Ying was more important. If the Flying Horse Villa gave up on Hong Ying, or if the Tong family took the risk of breaking off relations with the Flying Horse Villa and did not care about Hong Ying's life, then there was a real possibility that these people would be lured to the Outerverse. Kidnapping Hong Ying and returning to the Outerverse was too risky, and who knew what kind of people would appear. He did not dare to gamble everything on Mr. Mu, as he always felt that Mr. Mu did not care about the survival of the universe. If he could not leave, then he would have to go to the Greyweed continent. Granny Sly felt that this person was impossible to communicate with, so she ordered her subordinates to move all the miners out of the Sea King's dome. She wanted to send all the men away so that the worst outcome would not occur. However, Lu Yin noticed and immediately warned, no one is allowed to leave. I'll strip anyone who dares to leave. Hong Ying was furious and she wanted to bite Lu Yin to death. This bastard was too despicable and she had never met such a despicable person in her life. He was not a man at all. Granny Sly was so angry that her eyebrows twitched. Regardless, the situation was under control for now. Hong Ying was indeed very important and Lu Yin had made the right bet. Otherwise, he and Hai Chichi would have been finished. Let me go if you dare and we'll fight one-on-one, Hong Ying growled as she glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? You're my hostage. Fight you? You've already lost twice. No, 3 times. Hong Ying harumphed coldly. You won't be able to escape. The Tong family won't let you off. At this time, they're definitely thinking of ways to exchange benefits with the Flying Horse Mountain Villa. You have a secret technique, so the Tong family would rather offend the Flying Horse Mountain Villa to keep you here. The results will be out in 10 days at most and there won't be a spaceship coming to pick you up in 10 days. Lu Yin looked at her strangely. This girl wasn't stupid and she was still trying to fool him at a time like this. If not for Tong Cho, he really might have been fooled. 10 days. There was no need for that. In 7 days at most, A flying ship from the Greyweed continent would arrive. Did you hear that? 10 days later the exchange will be complete and you'll be finished. They won't care about my life or death, said Hong Ying angrily. What are you trying to say? Hong Ying took a deep breath. Join my flying horse manor and I'll guarantee that you won't die. Furthermore, her face turned red. It's not impossible for you to become the flying horse manor's son-in-law. Hai Chi blinked. This woman was trying to seduce Lu Yin. Lu Yin was also stunned. Seventh bro, she's seducing you. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin swallowed and carefully sized up Hong Ying. I like big breast. Hong Ying was furious and she spat out another mouthful of blood. She glared at Lu Yin. You'll regret this. Lu Yin did not look at her as her gaze was too fierce. Granny Sly had tried to ambush him twice, but Lu Yin had used a secret technique to evade her attacks. She did not dare to act rashly, and perhaps it was just as Hong Ying had said, they were exchanging benefits behind her back. Hong Ying's value could not compare to that secret technique. Even if she was Madame Hong's illegitimate daughter, the Tong family would at most pay a higher price, and they would definitely think of a way to keep Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not count on Granny Sly and the others to let him go, so he had to think of a way himself. However, unless he summoned Mr. Mu, there was nothing else he could do. Right, there were still poisons. That was a solution, as Elder Wu still had some of his poisons. Before they had been upgraded, they could only threaten enlighters, and their rune lines had not even reached 200,000. Lu Yin flipped through his cosmic ring and was left speechless. Everything he possessed had either been upgraded and had a power of over 200,000, or they had been powerful to begin with. For example, the 5 chains and the walnut power vessel that Master Yuan had bestowed upon him. If he took out any of these items, he would be instantly obliterated by the celestial phenomenon. As he thought about it, Lu Yin helplessly leaned against the mountain wall and looked up. The boundless rune lines were suppressing everyone, and even powerhouses like world imprinters and cosmic imprinters were being suppressed. This was the power of a progenitor. Lu Yin did not know what a progenitor's power level was. Perhaps it was impossible to determine. I'm sorry to have implicated you, Hai Chi whispered to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked over in surprise. You know how to apologize. Hai Chi pursed her lips. If not for me, you wouldn't have been trapped here. She then looked at Lu Yin seriously. If I can't escape in the end, I'll definitely die before you. That way, even if you join the Tong family, I won't blame you. Lu Yin blinked. These words should have sounded very tragic, but why did he feel like he was not being trusted? He also felt like he was being mocked, but at the same time not mocked. Was she mocking him for being too fickle? Lu Yin was at a loss. He could clearly understand every word, but he just could not analyze it. Hai Chi's words left Lu Yin speechless, and he was truly at a loss for words. Hong Ying sneered and glanced at Lu Yin. It looks like you're not someone who would rather die than submit. Lu Yin was certain that Hai Chi did not trust him. This brat looked down on his character. Shut up. This has nothing to do with you, flat-chested girl. Hai Chi barked. Hong Ying was furious and she glared at Hai Chi. You. Hai Chi sighed and looked into the distance, her gaze pausing on Elder Ren's corpse for a moment. Her eyes reddened. I never thought that I wouldn't be able to see father even in death. Hong Ying looked at Lu Yin. I'm serious. With your innate gift, it's a pity for you to die here. If you join our Flying Horse Mountain Manor, I'll request that you be qualified to imprint your powers. Madam Hong, are you really willing to die here? Lu Yin was confused. Even if I agree, will the Tong family let us go? Hong Ying's eyes lit up. As long as you agree, my Flying Horse Mountain Manor will have its ways. The Tong family can kill anyone from the Fifth Mainland at will, but if you join our Flying Horse Mountain Manor, the Tong family will not only offend us, but they will also break the rules of the 3 regions invading the Fifth Mainland. The Tong family's ancestor is one of the Daoist sect's 10 elders, and he would not dare break the rules. Lu Yin and Hai Chi exchanged glances and then they looked at Hong Ying. 10 elders? Hong Ying raised her head. Since ancient times, each of the 6 mainlands has a Daoist sect. This is the origin of cultivation, and the only Daoist sect that has truly been preserved is the 6th mainland. My 6th mainland's Daoist sect has 3 ancestors, 4 venerated elders and 10 elders. The elders are cosmic imprinters. Lu Yin was shocked. The Tong family's ancestor is a cosmic imprinter? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the Tong family monopolizes such a huge resource like the Starfall Sea? A cosmic imprinter's power level exceeds 1,000,000, and only a cosmic imprinter has the ability to drive away other powers and monopolize the Starfall Sea, Hong Ying explained. Lu Yin frowned as he had forgotten that the Tong family was a cosmic imprinter's family. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference was like heaven and earth, just like the difference between Ancestor Qiuhan and Ancestor Mojiang. How about it? I didn't lie to you. With the Tong family's tyranny, if you don't join my Flying Horse Mountain Manor, then you'll definitely die even if you hold me hostage, Hong Ying threatened. Hai Chi had originally thought that Hong Ying was just trying to scare them, but now she had confirmed that a cosmic imprinter's family was completely capable of using benefits to exchange for Hong Ying's life. As long as the benefits were great enough, the secret technique would be the greatest benefit. Don't worry. It's precisely because the Tong family's ancestor is one of the Dao Source sect's 10 elders that he understands the importance of rules. If he breaks the rules, then he might be stripped of his position as an elder, which would be a huge blow to the Tong family. So as long as you join my Flying Horse Mountain Manor, I guarantee that you won't have to worry about anything, Hong Ying said seriously as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the sky and did not respond. Hong Ying frowned and continued. My sixth mainland's 3 progenitors have 9 regions, and each region has a cosmic imprinter and a realm ling. With your innate gift, it might not be impossible for you to fight for the position of a realm ling in the future. My Grand Martial Realm's realm ling is Bai Ling, and she will leave the younger generation in a few years. At that time the realm ling competition will begin and you will have a chance. As long as you become a realm ling, you will have the opportunity to meet the martial progenitor, and you might even become his disciple. Lu Yin still did not respond and he continued to look at the sky. Hong Ying coughed and then spoke again. If you become the martial progenitor's disciple, then your words will have greater authority, and your status will not be inferior to the 4 reverends. A single word from you can decide a region's resources, and a single word can decide the fate of countless people. You have friends in the 5th mainland, right? When the time comes you can save them. Do you have anyone you like? A single word from you and she will be yours. Hong Ying stared at Lu Yin, but he continued to look at the sky and did not respond. Hai Chi had a strange expression as she looked at Lu Yin. Hong Ying's eyes flashed coldly. My Galloping Horse Manor will do our best to help you become an imprinter. When the time comes, your statue will fill the entire 5th mainland, and both those who know you and those who don't will have to kneel down and worship you. Lu Yin still did not respond. Hong Ying was furious. Are you even listening to me? Lu Yin did not respond and he continued to stare blankly at the sky. He had seen something different. Perhaps the mountains of the Sea King's dome were too high, or perhaps it was because he had just experienced a battle, or perhaps it was because he had seen too many rune lines, but he suddenly saw the runes combined together in the boundless sky. One after another, the runes combined to form something strange that resembled words. He did not recognize these words, but for some reason he could understand them. True scripture of Aeon evolution? Hong Ying and Hai Chi looked at Lu Yin in confusion. They watched as his gaze gradually became lost and he seemed to be muttering something to himself. Hong Ying's eyes went wide. What was this guy trying to comprehend? She wanted to disturb him, but Hai Chi beat her to it and knocked her out. Lu Yin did not know what was happening around him, as he was completely immersed in the endless rune lines. Everything he saw, felt and even touched were all rune lines. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 875. Lu Yin's consciousness dissipated, and he seemed to have transformed into rune lines that swam through the heavens, covering the entire area. He saw a tall and imposing person who, with a wave of his hand, caused the heavens to be replaced by boundless rune lines. He saw a civilization that used strange technology to achieve communication, teleportation, and battle. He saw a battlefield where countless people were moving against the flow of a large river. His eyes changed and star energy filled them as his pupils transformed into a complex rune. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin's vision returned to normal. The sky was still dusky and seemingly endless. It was filled with boundless rune lines that suppressed everyone. Hong Ying had fainted all around him and Hai Chi stared at him with wide eyes. Lu Yin's eyes changed and he subconsciously rubbed them. How long has it been? 5 days, Hai Chi replied. Lu Yin nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Hai Chi could not hold back any longer. What did you see? You've been looking at it for 5 days. Did you comprehend something? Lu Yin waved a hand. Let me rest for a bit. Hai Chi was very curious. She had heard from her father that some people with extraordinary innate gifts might experience strange situations such as sudden epiphanies. Lu Yin's appearance during those 5 days was very similar to that. Fortunately, that old woman from the 6th mainland had not been monitoring him, or else he might have been exposed. Lu Yin closed his eyes, which were somewhat sore. This feeling was exactly the same as when he had reached the top of the sky platform. At that time he had not known what had happened. He had only known that his eyes had been filled with star energy and that he had been able to see rune lines. Now he knew. The sky platform was indeed a legacy of the rune technology, and it had only one use: to open one's eyes. The rune technology had been created by the rune progenitor for a short period of time, but it had been incomparably resplendent. He had even led the 5th mainland to attack the 6th mainland, and that resplendent but short period of time had caused the 6th mainland to suffer heavy losses. Lu Yin did not know what the final outcome had been, but in the past 5 days he had received the second part of the legacy due to the astronomical phenomenon. At the same time he had also learned about the supreme technique created by the rune progenitor, the true scripture of Aeon evolution. The sky platform could open one's eyes and allow one to see rune lines, while the sky platform allowed one to use rune lines. The battle of the rune technology was terrifying and mysterious. Just like the sky platform and astronomical suppression, it could directly erase a person's existence. What it erased was not one's life but one's rune lines. A person's influence on the universe was determined by the number of rune lines they would produce. The Aeon evolution true scripture allowed the person who learned it to erase the other person's rune lines. The reduction in rune lines also meant that the other person's power would be reduced. This was both an erasure and a restriction. This was the symbol ancestors' creation that had shocked both continents, and it could even be said that history did not dare to record it. The universe evolution true scripture. Lu Yin did not know how many progenitors had appeared in the 5th mainland, but he knew that progenitor Chen was an existence that the 6th mainland did not dare to record in its history. It was the same for the talisman progenitor, or perhaps even more so. This was because there were people in the 6th mainland who had heard of progenitor Chen's rumors, but no one had ever mentioned the talisman progenitor's existence. Only a few people from the 5th mainland knew about the existence of rune technology. The civilization that the talisman progenitor had created had reached its peak, but it had also ended the fastest, as if it could no longer exist in the universe. Lu Yin recalled that the monkey had once mentioned that rune technology was like a piece of heaven covering another piece of heaven. He now understood that this universe had once been covered by the talisman progenitor, and the rune lines that he had seen had all been left behind by the talisman progenitor after he had covered this piece of heaven. This also meant that the entire cosmic sea contained remnants of the talisman progenitor's power. Unless the talisman progenitor's power completely disappeared, then the rune lines would also cease to exist. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Just how talented was the talisman progenitor to be able to create such a terrifying civilization? The talisman progenitor himself was equivalent to a universe that had replaced the original universe. Not long after, Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at a corner. According to Tong Chao's memories, that spacecraft would appear in that corner. Granny Sly and the others would definitely not allow him to discover the spacecraft, but unfortunately he already knew where it was. Lu Yin looked up again. He wanted to continue comprehending the Aeon evolution true scripture, but it was unlikely that he would succeed. He could only receive Ling Ming's inheritance, and if he wanted to take another step forward he would need other opportunities. Someone like the talisman progenitor would definitely have left behind an inheritance on the 5th mainland, so he would have to pay more attention to the rune technology's legacy in the future. Right, since the Sky platform belonged to the Astral Combat Academy, the Astral Combat Academy might know something about it. Another day passed and Hong Ying woke up. She turned to look at Lu Yin and met his gaze. "You're awake." Lu Yin smiled. "We're leaving." Hong Ying was puzzled. "Leaving?" Lu Yin grabbed Hong Ying and leaped out with Hai Chi. flying towards a corner of the Sea King's dome. Many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were shocked, and the Enlighter Elder immediately blocked their path. "Junior, you can't escape." He then raised a hand to slap Lu Yin, both of his hands flickering with black light. Lu Yin shouted, "You don't want this woman's life anymore?" The elder subconsciously stopped. Lu Yin raised a hand and took out a bottle of Elder Wu's poison. The elder's face changed. Dodge. He was the first to flee. Poison was a terrifying thing and no one knew what kind of poison it was. No matter who it was, once they came into contact with poison, they would subconsciously try to avoid it. The elder had made the right decision to dodge as Elder Wu's poison had close to 200,000 rune lines, which was enough to make him unlucky. While everyone else was trying to avoid the poison, Lu Yin dragged Hai Chi across the shore and grabbed Elder Wu's corpse before tossing it into his cosmic ring. He then rushed towards a corner where a spacecraft was docked. The spacecraft had just arrived and it was preparing to take Granny Sly, Hong Ying, and the rest to the Greyweed continent. Lu Yin was less than 100 meters away from the spacecraft, and when he looked up he saw that the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were all around him. Granny Sly sneered. "You want to escape? Impossible." Lu Yin raised a hand and a needle appeared in his hand. He then shot it in all directions. Granny Sly was shocked. "Not good." Shadowless crafty needles. The needles were smeared with poison as they shot out in all directions. Their penetrative power was extremely strong and more importantly they contained a strange effect. More than a dozen hunters and dozens of Sixth Mainland cultivators were struck by the needles, and their faces immediately turned black as they died. Granny Sly was furious and she finally appeared. She crossed the void and grabbed at Lu Yin. "Junior, you're courting death." Lu Yin blocked Hong Ying in front of him. "Old hag, if you come any closer I'll strip her." Granny Sly roared but she did not stop. Instead she sped up and appeared in front of Lu Yin, reaching out with her palm. Lu Yin's brows jumped as this was his first time facing an imprinter. Even though she had suppressed her power level to below 200,000, an imprinter was still an imprinter and he did not dare to be careless. He condensed star energy in his right hand. First Sunday, the scorching sun collided with Granny Sly, but she did not dodge. Instead she pressed down on the sun with one hand. Lu Yin was left in disbelief as his first sun dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire process took less than a second. Before he could even react, Granny Sly had already struck out with her palm at Lu Yin. Hai Chi hurriedly threw out a small blue shield and Lu Yin's fates and appeared behind the shield. Granny Sly's palm struck the shield, causing it to shatter into pieces. Her palm did not lose momentum as it continued to strike the fates and fortunately, her power level was suppressed below 200,000, so she did not immediately shatter the fates and even so, the force of her palm still managed to pass through the fates and cause Lu Yin to spit out blood. Lu Yin hurriedly scattered more poison in an attempt to force Granny Sly back. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but Granny Sly was not afraid of the poison. She struck out again with a thin needle. "Junior, your ancestors weren't even born when I was playing with poison." Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he activated the Yu secret art. The needle disappeared and shot towards Granny Sly instead. Granny Sly sneered and allowed the needle to enter her body. She then struck out with a palm. Secret techniques are useless. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he struck out with a palm as well. This time he did not use any star energy battle techniques and relied purely on his physical strength. 30 stacks. 150 times. Shockwave palm. There was a loud bang and the ground cracked open. Lu Yin grabbed Hai Chi and Hong Ying with his left hand, but he was sent flying into the spacecraft and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if an imprinter did not cultivate their physical body was still not something that an explorer like Lu Yin could compare to. They were not on the same level. No one believed that Lu Yin could resist Granny Sly. However, when Granny Sly appeared, everyone was shocked. Granny Sly's right palm was bent and she even took a few steps back. How was this possible? Even Hai Chi was in disbelief, let alone the people from the Sixth Mainland. Even if an imprinter suppressed their power level to below 200,000, they were still not someone that an explorer could deal with. They were not on the same level at all. Lu Yin had previously found it difficult to deal with Enlighters, so how could he possibly have the ability to resist Granny Sly? Granny Sly's heart was in turmoil. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. When their palms had clashed, her strength seemed to have rapidly declined. Before anyone could think any further, Lu Yin grabbed Hong Ying's shoulder and tore it apart. Hong Ying's right sleeve was instantly torn apart, revealing a large patch of white. At that moment, Granny Sly froze, as did everyone from the Sixth Mainland. Hong Ying screamed, "Stop!" Blood flowed from the corner of Lu Yin's mouth and he panted heavily. "Shut up." He had only torn apart Hong Ying's right sleeve, and it was not a big deal since it was just one arm. However, to Hong Ying and the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, this was shocking. If he could tear apart one arm, then he could tear apart her entire sleeve. No one dared to make a move. Lu Yin appeared to be in a sorry state, and his eyes were bloodshot as he glared at everyone, especially Granny Sly. "If you dare to make a move, I'll tear her apart. Since I'm going to die anyway, I'll make sure that all of you die with me." All of the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had ugly expressions, and they did not dare to make a move. The men even turned around. Granny Sly did not dare to make a move either. Although the Tong family was tyrannical and could pay any price to disregard Hong Ying's life, if Hong Ying was torn apart, then the Galloping Horse Villa would lose a lot of face. This was not something that could be exchanged for benefits, and it might even affect the unity of the three regions when they attacked the Fifth Mainland. After all, the Sixth Mainland often had internal conflicts, and it had not been easy for the three regions to unite. Although she was an imprinter, she did not dare to make a move on her own, or else she would become a sinner. "What do you want?" Granny Sly shouted. Lu Yin panted heavily. "I want to go to the Greyweed continent." Chapter 876. When she heard Lu Yin's words, she was stunned. "Greyweed continent? You want to go to the Greyweed continent?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he allowed Hai Chi-Chi to board the ship. He then stared at her. "If you don't let me go, then don't blame me for being despicable." She stared at Lu Yin, her eyes flickering. Hong Ying was furious. "You despicable person." Lu Yin grabbed her and retreated into the spacecraft. The people from the Sixth Mainland did not dare to resist, and they were all thrown out by Hai Chi-Chi. "Hurry, set sail." Lu Yin barked. Hong Ying was furious. "Don't even think about it." "Do you want to be stripped?" Lu Yin threatened. Hong Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Yin. "Don't worry, I promise you that I'll let you go once we reach the Greyweed continent," Lu Yin said. His words were meant for Hong Ying to hear but also for the people outside to hear. The old enlighter walked behind Greyweed. "Senior, what should we do?" Greyweed's gaze was icy. "Let them go. More than half of the Greyweed continent is in our hands, so where else can they run to? Let them go." The people from the Sixth Mainland were helpless and they could only watch as the spacecraft left. After a while, when the Sea King's dome was completely out of sight, Lu Yin finally relaxed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly took some medicine. Hong Ying was trapped and she glared at Lu Yin. "One day I'll make you regret everything you've done to me." Lu Yin was bitter. "Don't even think about it. I won't remember you." Hong Ying was furious. Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin worriedly. "Are you all right?" Lu Yin shook his head and stood up with difficulty. "I'm injured, but I'll be fine after a few days of rest." "Right, how long will it take to reach the Greyweed continent?" "With this spacecraft speed, it'll take about 10 days, Hai Chi-Chi replied. Lu Yin nodded and sat down to recuperate. There was not a single person from the Sixth Mainland on this spacecraft, and due to the suppression of the weather, Greyweed would not dare to chase after them without a spacecraft. They were safe. Lu Yin could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, he had comprehended intuition, which had weakened the power of Greyweed's palm strike. Otherwise, his arm would have been crippled and he would not have been able to continue holding Hong Ying. Imprinters were too terrifying and Lu Yin's eyes filled with dread. Wan Yang was actually neutralized just like that. How did he do it? Was it a battle technique? Innate gift? Or was it something else? He didn't understand. If an imprinter attacked him, he would be crushed even if he suppressed his combat power to less than 10,000, let alone 200,000. Furthermore, Granny Sly didn't even use her imprint to deal with him. The more he thought about it, the more disappointed he became. The war in the Innerverse was definitely not as optimistic as he had initially thought. Those with power levels below 200,000 didn't just represent the younger generation. The true powerhouses were still these terrifying powerhouses. In the Greyweed continent, there was a figure in a scorching hot area. Just as Lu Yin and Hai Chi were about to escape from the Sea King's dome, the figure suddenly opened his eyes in excitement. Is that the Sea King's shield? Chi is back. The silhouette stood up abruptly. His expression was both excited and apprehensive. He was the Sea King. The blue shield that Hai Chi used to block Grandma Sly contained his power. Hai Chi could feel that he was still alive, and he could also feel that Hai Chi had used the Sea King's shield. The Sea King clenched his fists and wanted to walk out, but after hesitating for a long time he finally sat down and sighed. His mission did not allow him to leave. If he left, then the Starfall Sea's hope would be gone. He could only hope that Chi would survive. In another part of the Greyweed continent, a fierce battle had broken out in a huge plaza. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators had been imprinted and were suppressing the Innerverse cultivators. Imprints and corpses could be seen everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the plaza red. In the sky, 3 figures crisscrossed and clashed against each other. One of them was an imprinter from the Tong family's ancestor and wielded a feather fan. Another wielded a long blade that emitted a sharp glint. The last person was covered in blue vapor. The 2 of them were working together to fight against the Sixth Mainland's cultivator, but they were barely holding on. The Sixth Mainland's imprinter with the feather fan was called Mr. First, and he came from the Grand Martial realm. He was the master of Graceful Mountain and an imprinter with a battle technique that neared 600,000. The 2 people fighting against him were both masters of the Greyweed continent's 72 training arenas, and their power levels exceeded 300,000. The 3 of them suppressed their power levels below 200,000, and the resulting shockwaves from their battle were astonishing. The glint of the blade tore through the void, but Mr. First's feather fan slashed out, preventing the glint from advancing any further. With a light tap of the fan, the glint of the blade shattered. On the other side, the master of the training arena, who was covered in blue vapor, raised both of his hands. Blue vapor filled the entire plaza as he attempted to change the environment around him. What followed was an infinitely expanding domain that gradually transformed into a field of energy that formed a water droplet that fell towards Mr. First. Mr. First frowned. I saw that you were talented and I wanted to recruit you, but you were so stubborn. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to continue living. He then caught the water droplet with one hand. The water droplet had come from the master of the training arena, whose power level was over 300,000. A single drop of water could irrigate an entire region of space or even sink a part of the world. However, in Mr. First's hands, this water droplet seemed to be nothing more than a drop of water that gradually turned into nothingness. The master of the training arena, whose body was covered in blue vapor, was astonished. It was rumored that envoys would undergo a qualitative change, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. None of his star energy attacks were effective against Mr. First. Another master of the training arena shouted as he tore through the void and slashed out with his blade, but there was no trace of star energy. Mr. First shook his head. If I use star energy, you won't stand a chance. But even if I don't use star energy, so what? We're still on 2 different levels. He then turned his feather fan and pointed the tip at the blade. With a bang, the blade cracked and finally shattered. The feather fan pierced through the void and struck the master, sending him crashing into the ground. Mr. First then turned around and appeared in front of the master of the training arena, whose entire body was covered in vapor. He then stretched out a hand. 1,000 whisk hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue vapor in the sky disappeared, and the master of the training arena was completely exposed to Mr. First. As Mr. First's palm descended, the master spat out a mouthful of blood and roared as he exploded with all of his power level. A power level of more than 300,000 surged into the sky, causing the plaza to erupt into an uproar. He wanted to take Mr. First down with him. However, before Mr. First could make a move, the master of the training arena vanished as if he had never been there. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb, but they were already used to it. Anyone with a power level of more than 200,000 would have their existence erased, and there was no exception to this rule. Mr. First's eyes were filled with fear and he looked up. He had been very close to the master of the training arena just now, and he had felt an indescribable palpitation. This was the might of a progenitor. In the distance, the remaining master of the training arena suddenly roared and leaped into the air. He slashed out layer after layer of blades, relying purely on his physical strength to tear through the void. Not only did he attack Mr. First, but he also enveloped the entire plaza. The plaza was completely destroyed. Mr. First frowned and slowly stepped forward. Useless struggles. Even without the natural suppression of the sixth mainland, and even without imprints and martial seals, the difference between our realms is like the difference between heaven and earth. You can die now. With that, he waved his feather fan, and an illusory figure crossed the void and appeared in front of the training hall master, passing through him. Mr. First's lips curled up. This was his power class treasure, the feather fan. It possessed the power of its predecessors and it could transform into a weapon. The fierce battle in the plaza quickly came to a halt. Mr. First looked up and muttered to himself, "So what if you've suppressed your power level? How many people in the fifth mainland have a power level of more than 500,000? My 3 filaments can slaughter all of them." Not too far away from the plaza, a figure was lying on the ground, panting heavily. There was a wound on his chest that had almost cut him in half. He was Zhang Dingtian, and his battle techniques and cultivation had all come from that training arena. It had originally been an abandoned training arena, but because of his sudden rise, it had attracted many blade experts and even a powerhouse with a power level of more than 300,000 to become the master of the training arena. This was the person that Mr. First had killed. In the end, that person had attacked the entire plaza in order to let Zhang Dingtian escape. Zhang Dingtian was the true successor of this training arena. They could die, but Zhang Dingtian could not. As long as Zhang Dingtian was alive, he was their only hope. In the Starfall Sea, Lu Yin leaned against a window and watched the ocean currents drift by. Strange things would occasionally appear within the currents. It was rumored that the Starfall Sea source would often bring out strange things, such as power class treasures, battle techniques, or even source boxes. The Undying Manual was one of the most famous techniques that had appeared in the Starfall Sea, and there were many treasures that were similar to the Undying Manual. Because of these treasures, the Starfall Sea had attracted countless people from the Innerverse to train there. Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan had once trained in the Starfall Sea, and they had called themselves the Undying Duo. Others had thought that they had obtained the Undying Manual, which had led to Undying Yushan being placed under surveillance, which had led to his grand ambitions being cut short. Anyone who came to the Starfall Sea dreamed of obtaining a treasure and becoming a dragon. The closer one got to the depths of the Starfall Sea, the more likely they were to obtain a treasure. Every year, the Greyweed continent attracted countless Innerverse cultivators. This situation had persisted for tens of thousands of years, and the history of many powers in the universe had been severed. The Greyweed continent, on the other hand, had continued to exist. Perhaps it was because of this that the Greyweed continent had gradually formed its own dojos. In the Greyweed continent, there are 72 dojos scattered throughout the continent. Any powerhouse can establish a sect and recruit disciples. No matter who it is, the strong are respected. However, the number of dojos is fixed at 72. To become a dojo master, you either have to challenge and replace the original master or destroy a dojo and rebuild it. Currently, the strongest dojo on the Greyweed continent is called the Zhou Xian dojo, and its master is the father of Lan Si, one of the 10 arbiters. The Zhou Xian dojo controls nearly half of the Greyweed continent's resources, so the Lan family can be considered the rulers of the Greyweed continent. The Lan family has dominated the Greyweed continent for many years, and it borders the Sea King's dome. The Lan Daolord is also an emissary. Lu Yin understood, as he had never thought that the Greyweed continent would be in such a situation. Zhang Dingtian was also on the Greyweed continent and he wondered how he was doing. What's the point of being so lively? More than half of the Greyweed continent's 72 dojos have fallen into the hands of our sixth mainland. According to the latest news, the Greyweed continent only has 15 dojos under your control. Even if you reach the Greyweed continent, you won't be able to survive unless you don't use star energy for the rest of your lives and huddle in a corner. Hong Ying mocked as she looked at Lu Yin and Hai Chi-Chi with disdain. Chapter 877. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes lit up as she looked at Hong Ying. That's impossible. There are too many experts in the Greyweed continent. Let's not talk about the 72 arena masters, but even the Sea King's dome has sent experts to the Greyweed continent. You'll definitely lose. Hong Ying sneered. More than half of the 72 arena masters are dead. As for the people from the Sea King's dome, less than a tenth of them managed to escape to the Greyweed continent. The Sea King is indeed tricky, but my master has already agreed to help the Tong family. Even if the Tong family's ancestor doesn't act, my master alone can sweep through the entire Greyweed continent. Hai Chichi grew excited. You just said that the Sea King is tricky? Is he very powerful? Hong Ying's expression turned serious. He's an extremely powerful expert, but he can't stop my master. Hai Chichi relaxed. She had wanted to fish for information from Hong Ying, and now she had confirmed that the Sea King was on the Greyweed continent. Lu Yin also wanted to fish for information. Since your master has gone, why are you going? The strength of the younger generation is limited on the battlefield. Even the Riemlings can't deal with a powerhouse with a power level of several 100,000 suppressed. Hong Ying's expression changed. You're right. Normal young powerhouses are no match for imprinters, and even enlighters are troublesome. However, the Riemlings are an exception, and so are the 10 arbiters from your 5th mainland. Then Hong Ying seemed to recall something and frowned. I really don't understand. Your 5th mainland doesn't have any imprints or progenitors. Even the progenitor's inheritance has been severed. How did monsters like the 10 arbiters emerge? What about the 10 arbiters? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. He wanted to know more about the 10 arbiters, not only because they were all from the younger generation but also because he had enemies among them. The more he knew, the better. Hong Ying sneered at Lu Yin. Do you really think I'm stupid? That woman is obviously related to the Sea King's dome, and she's trying to fish for information from me. It doesn't matter if I tell her since it's not a secret, but don't even think about it. Lu Yin blinked. You despicable, shameless person. Don't even think about getting any information from me, Hong Ying said coldly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Despicable person. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and simply ignored her. Hai Chichi smiled. Her mood had improved all of a sudden. She had completely relaxed after hearing news about the Sea King. The war in the Greyweed continent was intense, and Lu Yin and Hai Chichi were on a spacecraft. More than 10 days later, they saw a black line in the distance that stretched endlessly. That was the Greyweed continent. In the distant sky above the Greyweed continent, numerous objects resembling stars were shining brightly. There would be one at a fixed distance from the Greyweed continent, and they were moving slowly. When these objects fell, it would be the beginning of a new day for the Greyweed continent. This was artificial sunlight. In Lu Yin's eyes, the objects in the sky all had rune lines, and each one was equivalent to a hunter's rune lines. The Greyweed continent was extremely vast. The 6th mainland's Tong clan had sent millions of cultivators here, but to the Greyweed continent, they were just a drop in the ocean. The number of cultivators was not even enough to seal off the coastline. Lu Yin found a secluded bay and brought Hai Chichi and Hong Ying onto dry land. What came into view was a vast sandy beach which was extremely soft to step on. There were no rune lines at all. It'll take half a day to reach the nearest dojo, and that's with our speed. If it's a limiter or an even lower cultivator, it'll take at least 10 days to half a month to reach here, Hai Chichi said. She then glared at Hong Ying. Where's the Sea King? Hong Ying snorted. I don't know. Hai Chichi rolled her eyes. Are you going to tell me? If you don't, I'll strip you. Lu Yin felt strange. Hong Ying was furious and she glared at Lu Yin. You're despicable. Lu Yin was speechless. What does that have to do with me? I'm not the one who said it. Despicable. Hong Ying glared at Lu Yin. Hai Chichi felt uncomfortable as she felt like she was being ignored. Hey, I'm the one who's threatening you. Hong Ying did not even look at her as she continued to glare at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt like he had taken the blame for someone else. Forget it, let her go. She's never been to the Greyweed continent, so she can't possibly know where the Sea King is. Hai Chichi thought about it and agreed. She knocked Hong Ying unconscious in a practiced manner before digging a hole and burying her. A cultivator like her would not suffocate to death, and she would wake up in a few days. Lu Yin was puzzled. You're very practiced. Hai Chichi clenched her fists. When you were in the Sea King's dome, I knocked her unconscious several times. Don't worry, I used enough strength to knock her out for 3 days. She was quite accurate. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Hai Chichi and into the distance. Let's go to Zhou Xian training ground. Hai Chichi nodded. Zhou Xian Training Ground was not only the largest training ground in the Greyweed continent, but it also had the most experts. It was also located at the center of the continent, and it should not have been attacked by the Sixth Mainland. Even if the Sea King was not at Zhou Xian Training Ground, he should not be too far from it. Hai Chi spent less than an hour to determine their route, and then she led Lu Yin in a certain direction. The two avoided all of the training grounds along the way, as they should have all been occupied by the Sixth Mainland. Not only did they avoid the training grounds, but they also avoided the cultivators. They did not even meet the cultivators from the Innerverse. At present, countless cultivators from the Innerverse had joined the Sixth Mainland and become their lackeys. Otherwise, the Sixth Mainland's 3 filaments would not have been able to seize the Innerverse resources no matter how many cultivators there were. Just like that, the two used their domains to conceal themselves as they approached the center of the Greyweed continent. The two were explorers, so they were extremely fast. However, they were still quite a distance away from Zhou Xian Training Ground, which showed just how vast the Greyweed continent was. We'll officially enter the center of the Greyweed continent after passing through the Jade Belt Forest, Hai Chi said in delight. Lu Yin pulled her back. Someone's coming. He then led Hai Chi into hiding. Not long after, a group of cultivators flew over at a low altitude. There were more than 10 of them, and there were people using their gadgets to scan the area. One of them even released his domain as they carefully advanced, as if afraid of being discovered. It was obvious that they were cultivators from the Kangmeng continent. Only the cultivators from the Greyweed continent would not dare to fly too high. It's little Ben. It's little Ben. Hai Chi suddenly cried out, and Lu Yin could not stop her. The group of cultivators were shocked, and they looked in Lu Yin and Hai Chi's direction with vigilance. The leader of the group gripped a thunderbolt and transformed it into a blade. Who's there? Come out. Hai Chi flew up and looked at the leader. She excitedly said, Little Ben, it's me, Sister Chi. The leader's eyes lit up. Sister Chi? Why are you here? Hai Chi hurried over and Lu Yin followed closely behind. However, he was not too nervous, as only the leader of this group was an explorer. The rest were just limiters, and he could easily wipe them all out. Little Ben, it's really you. Hai Chi was delighted, and she walked up to the leader. The leader was delighted as well, and the rest of the group relaxed. They all landed and looked at Hai Chi. Sister Chi, didn't you say that you didn't come to the Greyweed continent? Why are you here? Hai Chi was delighted to see an old friend. She had spent 4 years searching for the entrance to the Innerverse, and this man was the first familiar face she had seen, not counting Elder Ren. The two chatted for a while the rest of the cultivators spread out to guard the area. Not long after, Hai Chi brought the man over to Lu Yin and introduced him. He's from the Lightning Dojo. You can call him Little Ben. She looked at Little Ben and was about to introduce him to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin beat her to it. Call me Brother Chi. Little Ben had a strange expression. Brother Chi. He then looked at Hai Chi. Sister Chi. Hai Chi was speechless, as she was helpless against Lu Yin's persistence in calling himself Brother Chi. She wanted to correct him, but she could not. Little Ben lowered his head and moved closer to Hai Chi with a strange smile. Are you calling me Brother Chi or brother-in-law Chi? Hai Chi rolled her eyes. Don't be so cheap. Next time I'll find a man for Bao Bao, and you'll be happy to call him brother-in-law Bao Bao. Little Ben's expression turned bitter. Sister Chi, you're still so vicious. Hai Chi raised her head and saw Lu Yin's confusion. Little Ben likes Bao Bao from the bottom of his heart. It's a pity that Bao Bao doesn't like him. Sister Chi, let's not talk about it. Come, I'll take you to the Lightning Dojo. Bao Bao is there too. Little Ben quickly changed the topic. Hai Chi was delighted. Right, Little Ben, do you know where my father is? Little Ben shook his head. I don't know where the Sea King is. Hai Chi was disappointed. The group then followed Little Ben in a different direction. With Little Ben's introduction, Lu Yin and Hai Chi were able to understand the current situation in the Greyweed continent. The situation was worse than Hong Ying had described, as only 12 of the Greyweed continent's 72 dojos had been successfully defended, and the Lightning Dojo was one of them. The group's goal had been to search for cultivators from the Greyweed continent. You guys really aren't afraid of death? What if you meet cultivators from the Sixth Mainland? Hai Chi asked with disdain. Little Ben was helpless. There's nothing we can do. There are many groups like us and it's not a big deal if we die. It'll be different if we find strong reinforcements. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Half a day later, a ring-shaped mountain appeared in the distance. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning swam about, occasionally striking down with earth-shaking rumbles. That's the Lightning Dojo. Among the 72 dojos, the Lightning Dojo is considered one of the strongest, and it's even ranked in the top 10. The previous dojo masters were all known as the Lightning Dao Lords, and they all had power levels of at least 300,000, Hai Chi introduced. Lu Yin was shocked by the strength of the Greyweed continent. Are all 72 dojo masters enlighters? Does that mean that there are more than 72 enlighters in the Greyweed continent? Little Ben replied, of course not. There are 72 dojos, but that's just a number. Not even half of the dojos actually have a master. The rest are mostly abandoned, but even abandoned dojos can regain their former glory in a short period of time. For example, there was a dojo a few years ago that was also abandoned, but someone managed to obtain some sort of inheritance there. That person used that inheritance to attract many people to reopen the dojo and even attracted an expert to become its master. You're talking about the Taishan dojo, right? Hai Chi asked. Little Ben nodded. I heard that the person who obtained the inheritance went to the Sea King's Dome a few years ago to participate in the selection with Lan Yu. Sister Qi, you should have an impression of him. Hai Chi was disdainful. No, he didn't even reach the finish line. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What's that person's name? Little Ben answered, Lan Dao. Thank you all for your support, brothers. I'm too busy at the end of the year, so I'll update more. Thank you for your support. Chapter 878. Lu Yin smiled. So this was how Zhang Dingtian had risen to power. He had obtained an inheritance from an abandoned training ground. It was no wonder why he was so powerful and had even been able to fight against Ling Quebec. With his original strength, he could have even fought against Lu Xiaoqiu. How's the Taishan training ground? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Ben shook his head. It was taken over a few days ago. Lu Yin's heart sank. Then what about Zhang No Lan Dao? I don't know. Maybe he's dead. In any case, there's no news from him. Lu Yin fell silent. As the thunder grew more intense, the group arrived at the ring-shaped mountain range. Lu Yin suddenly stopped and pulled Hai Chi along as he looked at Xiao Ben. So you've sided with the Sixth Mainland? Xiao Ben's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Hai Chi's expression changed and she looked at Lu Yin. Don't spout nonsense. Xiao Ben is my friend and he's also Bao Bao's friend. Why would he side with the Sixth Mainland? Lu Yin sneered and looked around. These people have all sided with the Sixth Mainland. Your goal must be to lure the Greyweed continent's cultivators over. Hai Chi frowned and looked at Xiao Ben in disbelief. Xiao Ben looked at Lu Yin and suddenly smiled, his expression relaxed. How did you know? Hai Chi's pupils shrank and her face paled in disbelief. You Xiao Ben, have you really sided with the Sixth Mainland? Why? You're from the Lightning Dojo and a friend of Bao Bao and me. Why have you sided with the Sixth Mainland? Xiao Ben's smile sank and he replied coldly, why? If I hadn't sided with the Sixth Mainland, how would I have gotten Lan Bao Bao? She looks down on me. The top 30 of the top 100 rankings are impressive, but what about me? I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Lightning Dojo. If I hadn't known her since I was young, I wouldn't even be qualified to speak to her. If I hadn't sided with the Sixth Mainland, I wouldn't have been able to catch up to her. If you sided with the Sixth Mainland, then it's even more impossible for you to get together with Bao Bao. Hai Chi shouted. Xiao Ben sneered. As long as everyone in the Greyweed continent surrenders, those like me who surrender earlier will benefit more. I've already taken Elder Song from the Tong family as my master, and he's one of the few experts in the Tong family whose power level exceeds 300,000. He's also promised me that he'll help me obtain the baby. Regardless of whether she's willing or not, she'll be my woman when the time comes. Hai Chi trembled with anger. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You must have attracted quite a few cultivators from the Greyweed continent to attack the Lightning Dojo, right? Little Run was puzzled. How did you know? You seem to know quite a lot. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw the rune lines. There were many rune lines all around the ring-shaped mountain range, and there were also many rune lines within the mountain range. The two sides were clearly separated by the mountain range, and the answer could not be any simpler. The two sides were enemies, which meant that the people surrounding the ring-shaped mountain range were naturally from the sixth mainland. Unfortunately, it's useless even if you know. I've already sent your images into the mountains. Do you know who is guarding the Thunder Dojo? Just think about it. Once Elder Tong saw the image of the Sea King's dome's little princess, how would he react? Little Run was ecstatic. The moment he saw Hai Chi-Chi, he knew that he had made a great contribution. The Thunder Dojo was blocked by thunder, and with the support of the dojo, the thunder was infinitely close to 200,000. Even the sixth mainland's experts would find it difficult to break in, and they would suffer great losses. This was also the reason why the Thunder Dojo had been able to defend itself until now. Now Lu Yin was certain that Elder Tong would definitely rescue Hai Chi-Chi, and the Thunder Dojo would be breached soon. Despicable. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes turned red. This friend that she had known since she was young had betrayed her, betrayed the Thunder Dojo, and betrayed the Greyweed continent. Lu Yin frowned. This person had gone mad for love. In the distance within the mountain range, a bolt of thunder suddenly shot up into the sky. Immediately after, the rune lines inside and outside of the mountain range intertwined as a fierce battle broke out in the Thunder Dojo. Little Run suddenly flew towards the mountain range. The surrounding cultivators all made a move wanting to capture Hai Chi-Chi. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he casually waved his hand. An enormous force sent out a terrifying shockwave that sent the cultivators flying and crashing into the ground. He had not held back, and these people would definitely die. After all, they were just a bunch of Lemeters. Little Run looked back and felt his scalp go numb. He knew that he was not Hai Chi-Chi's opponent, so he quickly fled. As long as he could bring her here, his mission would be considered complete, and whatever happened next would have nothing to do with him. Lu Yin would not let him escape. His body flickered and he appeared right in front of Little Run. Little Run's pupils shrank. What's wrong with you? Lu Yin grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. No matter how Little Run resisted, Lightning Flash was useless. The difference between the two of them was too great. Up until now, Ku Wei was the only person within the same realm who could make Lu Yin take him seriously. Among the cruisers, the only ones who could make him take them seriously were people like Wendy Yushan and Hong Ying. His normal opponents were either hunters or enlighters. Someone like Xiao Ben was simply too weak. Little Run looked pleadingly at Hai Chi-Chi and his face turned red. Sis-Chi, save me. I didn't do it on purpose. Sis-Chi, I'm Little Run, Sis-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi closed her eyes, but her heart was filled with grief. She had been betrayed by a friend she had known since childhood, and this was the first friend she had met after returning to the Innerverse. This was a huge blow to her, and it was comparable to seeing Elder Ren's corpse at the Sea King's dome. Little Run's right hand turned into a lightning blade and slashed at Lu Yin's shoulder, but it was useless. In the distant sky, an old man was rapidly approaching. Little Run was delighted and he raised his hand to ask for help. Master, save me. Lu Yin casually crushed Little Run's neck and tossed him aside like trash. He slowly turned around and looked at the old man with a serious expression. The old man did not care about Little Run's death, and he instead looked at Hai Chi-Chi with a burning gaze. You're the little princess of the Sea King's dome, the Sea King's daughter Hai Chi-Chi? Interesting, I never thought that a random disciple I took in would attract you here. Hai Chi-Chi glared at the old man. You're Little Run's master, Elder Song. The old man nodded. That's right, that's me. Alright, don't make me do it. Come with me. With you the Lightning Dojo will be taken. Old man, you seem to have forgotten about me. Lu Yin stood in front of Hai Chi-Chi and moved his wrist. Elder Song's gaze turned cold. No matter what, that trash was still my disciple. You killed him in front of me, so I naturally won't forget about you. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll use you as an example to warn everyone in the Greyweed continent that this is the fate of those who kill my disciple. I'll let them know how wise they are to rely on me. He then raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing an oblate sphere to fly out from his fingertip and shoot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked and his scalp went numb at that moment. He felt as if a blade was hanging over his neck and he subconsciously activated the secret art. The oblate sphere disappeared for a moment before it turned back and shot towards Elder Song. Elder Song was shocked. Secret technique. Lu Yin rushed over and punched out. The person in front of him had a power level of over 300,000, and he was different from the Enlighter who was guarding the Sea King's dome. He was on a higher level, and although he was difficult to deal with, Lu Yin was confident that he could fight him if he suppressed his power level to less than 200,000. Elder Song's eyes burned with passion. You actually encountered a secret technique. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Become my disciple and I'll guarantee that you'll join the Tong family. In the future you'll become one of their geniuses and follow young Master Tongzhan. Lu Yin did not hesitate and punched out viciously. Elder Song shouted, "You don't know what's good for you." He then dodged and flicked his finger again. This time it was not just one sphere but 3. Lu Yin could use the secret art to redirect one of the spheres, but he managed to avoid the other 2. However, the oblate spheres paused in the void before they could hit Lu Yin. They then exploded and transformed into layers of twigs that wrapped around Lu Yin, catching him off guard. "Junior, hand over the secret technique and I'll spare your life," Elder Song barked. At that moment, Hai Chi-Chi rushed towards Elder Song, and a phantom image of the Sea King's trident appeared in her hand. Back when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Huahui had forced Xinyu Star to flee. Hai Chi-Chi had used the Sea King's trident to scare Huahui away, but with the separation of the innerverse and outerverse, the Sea King's power had gradually disappeared. Now Hai Chi-Chi had returned to the innerverse and could once again feel the Sea King's power. That small shield and the Sea King's trident had been rejuvenated. When the Sea King's trident appeared, the Sea King opened his eyes in the scorching lands of the Greyweed continent. He was overjoyed. Sea King's trident. In the skies above the lightning dojo, Hai Chi-Chi thrust her spear at Elder Song. The Sea King's trident was very powerful, but due to the suppression of the weather, Hai Chi-Chi only dared to display a power level below 200,000. She was not the Sea King, and even though she had borrowed the Sea King's strength, there was still a considerable gap between her and Elder Song. Not only was Elder Song easily dodged, but the phantom image of the Sea King's trident was also scattered. Taking advantage of Hai Chi-Chi's attack, Lu Yin broke free from the branches and condensed star energy in his right palm. Single Sunday, Elder Song snorted and flicked a finger at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not dodge and the single sun collided with the oblate sphere. The violent impact sent him flying back 1,000 meters. These old fellows with power levels in the hundreds of thousands had plenty of ways to suppress their power levels and even display a terrifying might. This was the difference in experience and realm. Fortunately, Lu Yin's planet was not suppressed, or else he would not have been able to exchange blows with such a powerhouse. The oblate sphere exploded and transformed into tree branches that tried to bind him, but this time the branches were incinerated by the single sun. The single sun's power was close to the peak of 200,000, and it was enough to dissolve Elder Song's attack. There aren't many in the younger generation who can exchange blows with me. Junior, you should be proud. Elder Song raised his hand, revealing 5 oblate spheres that caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. It's over. Elder Song waved his hand, and the 5 oblate spheres shot towards Lu Yin, sealing off all directions as they tore through the void. Lu Yin's gaze turned serious, and he used the secret art to shift one of the spheres to another. He then shouted, "Now Chi-Chi." Hai Chi-Chi, who had been pushed back by Elder Song, once again condensed the Sea King's trident and stabbed out. Elder Song was disdainful and he reached out to grab the trident. You didn't learn your lesson. Chapter 879. When he saw Elder Song attack, Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and his pupils transformed into runes. Elder Song's rune lines, which represented a peak power level of 200,000, were inexplicably removed. The parts that had been removed were his hands and abdomen. Before Elder Song could react, the Sea King's trident pierced through his palm and into his abdomen. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear. Lu Yin was also entangled by the branches that had exploded from the 3 oblate spheres. The sky was silent for a moment. The most intense battle was in the Rushing Thunder Dojo, which was the interior of the mountain range. However, there were also some battles outside the mountain range. Hai Chi-Chi's spear piercing through Elder Song had shocked many. Even though everyone had suppressed their power levels below 200,000, these old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands were unstoppable. Only one person in the entire Greyweed continent's younger generation could fight against these old freaks, and that was the divine fist of the 10 arbiters. The rest of the younger generation could only be crushed by these old freaks. Only old freaks could fight against these old freaks. This was common knowledge, and only the 10 arbiters could break this rule. Now there was one more person. Elder Song stared at Hai Chi in disbelief and tightened his grip on the spear. You have a secret technique too? Hai Chi wanted to pull out the Phantom Sea King's trident, but Elder Song held onto her tightly with a sinister expression. Don't even think about escaping. I must get that secret technique. He then reached out to grab Hai Chi, completely ignoring the Sea King's trident that had pierced his abdomen. Hai Chi hurriedly retreated. Lu Yin's 8-lined battle force imprint flickered as runes flickered in his eyes. He directly erased the rune lines from the branches that were binding him, greatly reducing their power. He immediately broke free and pointed at Elder Song. The void froze as Lu Yin's finger descended. Elder Song's imprint appeared behind him, and he leaned to the side to avoid the dream finger. 3 oblate spheres appeared in his palm, and more importantly, a martial imprint appeared. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched. This old man's power level was still under 200,000 even after his imprint and martial imprint had appeared. His control over his own strength had reached the pinnacle, and he truly deserved to be called an old freak with a power level of over 300,000. This attack was completely different from the previous one, and Lu Yin could feel an extreme sense of danger. He subconsciously punched out, and the day-night fist trembled as his spiritual force transformed into visible shockwaves that swept through the heavens. Layers of ripples appeared high up in the sky, enveloping Elder Song. Even the old Enlighter from the Sea King's dome could barely withstand Lu Yin's spiritual force attack, let alone Elder Song. However, Lu Yin did not expect his punch to do anything to Elder Song. All he needed was a split second. Even if Elder Song wasn't affected, the White Knight punch was enough to make him pause for a second. This second was enough. Star energy converged in Lu Yin's right palm and a sun bloomed. Its dazzling radiance enveloped the area and attracted the attention of countless onlookers. At the same time, runes flickered in both of his eyes, and there were even tears of blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. He had done his best to weaken Elder Song's rune lines as he unleashed a sun attack. All of this happened within a second. By the time Elder Song reacted from the shock of White Knight's punch, a sun had already descended, and his strength was inexplicably weakened in an instant. There was a thump and there was a huge explosion in the sky. The scorching sun sent Elder Song flying, and he crashed into the mountain range like a meteorite. Following that, there was a violent explosion that flattened the ground. Within the mountain range, the experts from the 6th mainland who were fighting with Elder Tong watched in shock as Elder Song crashed into the ground. At this moment, Elder Song was in an abnormally sorry state. His body was covered in blood and his skin was cracked. There was even blood flowing from his abdomen, and he looked as miserable as he could possibly be. Elder Tong looked outside the mountain range and saw Lu Yin and Hai Chi standing high up in the sky. His eyes lit up with joy. At the same time, on another side of the mountain range, a middle-aged man covered in thunder was surrounded by several powerhouses from the 6th mainland. When he saw Elder Song's miserable state, he laughed maniacally. 6th mainland, you've led the wrong people here. Ha! The person fighting with Elder Tong was an elder surnamed Yuan from the Tong family. He also saw Lu Yin and Hai Chi outside the mountain range and his eyes narrowed. They were so young but they were able to fight against people at their level. Could they be freaks like the 10 arbiters? Elder Song believed that only the 10 arbiters from the 5th mainland could fight against them, but in reality, only a small number of people knew that the Innerverse battlefield was not very optimistic. The Starfall Sea and Chaos Flow Zone were only a small part of it. The real intense battlefield was in the Cosmic Sea. And there the 10 arbiters were not the only ones among the younger generation who could participate in a battle at their level. The 6th mainland had issued high rewards to attract the younger generation to participate in the Innerverse battlefield, but it was not just for the sake of gaining experience. It was truly too intense and the 6th mainland was anxious. Of course, this was also because of the 3 filaments. If all 9 filaments were mobilized, the Innerverse would not be able to withstand them. However, the Innerverse was a piece of juicy meat, and the 3 filaments would not allow the other filaments to interfere as long as it was possible. This was a distribution of resources, and it was also a competition for future possibilities. These thoughts flashed through Elder Yuan's mind and his gaze turned solemn. It was impossible for the Starfall Sea to have such a freakish youth, and it was already ridiculous that the 10 Arbiters' divine fist had appeared. Could this person have come from the cosmic sea? Had there been a change in the war in the outside world? As he thought about it, Elder Yuan decided to retreat and leave first. The more one understood, the more they would think. Lu Yin's appearance had caused Elder Yuan to think about many things, and he had many misgivings as well. When he saw that Elder Song was heavily injured, he had no choice but to slowly retreat with the rest of the Sixth Mainland. Before he left, he glanced at Lu Yin as if he wanted to engrave Lu Yin's image in his mind. However, Elder Song's venomous gaze never left Lu Yin. Deep within his eyes, there was a trace of greed and passion that no one could detect. He was certain that this person had 2 secret techniques, and it was precisely because of them that Lu Yin had been able to defeat him. Otherwise, how could an explorer have defeated him? Secret techniques had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, and only secret techniques could accomplish such a feat. Lu Yin panted heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The Aeon Evolution Scripture's spiritual realm was truly terrifying. Although it was not a secret technique, it was not far from one. Lu Yin could not imagine how amazing the rune progenitor had been. How talented must he have been able to create the rune technology civilization and come up with such an incomprehensible battle method. And this was just the spiritual realm. Once he had the opportunity to inherit more of the Aeon Evolution Scripture, the weakening would not be limited to just that. He might even be able to achieve what the rune technology civilization had done back then, where he could directly erase a person's existence. That would be truly terrifying. Lu Yin had a strange feeling that the rune technology civilization's disappearance was not only due to the Sixth Mainland, but also because such a cultivation civilization should not have existed in the first place. Right, since he had reached the spiritual realm, did that mean that he had already obtained a portion of the progenitor's inheritance? Lu Yin was excited. Grandpa Tong. Hai Chi-Chi excitedly flew towards the mountain range. Within the mountain range, Elder Tong soared into the air and looked at Hai Chi-Chi excitedly. He hugged her with an emotional expression while Hai Chi-Chi continued to sob softly. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Elder Tong patted Hai Chi-Chi's shoulder in consolation. Many people from the Sea King's dome looked at Hai Chi-Chi excitedly and called her Little Princess. Hai Chi-Chi was like a little princess to the Sea King's dome. Although those who knew her were troubled by her venomous tongue, they truly liked her. After being separated for so many years, they were all relieved to see her again. In the distance, a middle-aged man covered in thunder soared into the sky and appeared in front of Elder Tong and Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi wiped the corners of her eyes and bowed to the man. "Chi-Chi greets the Thunder Dao Lord." The Thunder Dao Lord nodded and happily replied, "I've only heard bad news recently. Your arrival is the only good news, Chi-Chi." Hai Chi-Chi smiled and wiped the corners of her eyes again before looking at Elder Tong. "Grandpa Tong, where's my father?" Elder Tong softly replied, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go down first." "Did something happen to my father?" Hai Chi-Chi grew nervous. Elder Tong smiled. "Don't worry, the Sea King is fine. Come, let's go down and talk." He then looked past Hai Chi-Chi and saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin bowed and the group descended. There were many cultivators in the Lightning Dojo and there were at least tens of thousands of them. These were probably the elites who had survived the war, and one could imagine that at its peak, the Lightning Dojo had at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Among them, there were many space-exploring powerhouses and there were at least 30 who were hunters. There were also powerhouses like the Thunder Dao Lord who had power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Lu Yin believed that this dojo had powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, but he could not tell. No one dared to go beyond that. The powerhouses in front of him were enough to destroy the entire Great Eastern Alliance. This was the power of the Innerverse, and any random power was terrifying. However, this potential power had been suppressed by the Sixth Mainland to the point that it did not dare to spread. As Lu Yin walked through the Lightning Dojo's mountain range, lightning would occasionally streak beneath his feet like a roaming dragon. The disciples in this dojo all cultivated battle techniques related to thunder. Lu Yin had severely injured Elder Song, and countless people in the Lightning Dojo had seen it. No one dared to be negligent, and a very beautiful female disciple was chosen to receive him. "Seventh bro, how did you defeat that old man? Why can't I understand?" The monkey was puzzled. He had always followed Lu Yin around, but there were times when Lu Yin's strength grew at an abnormal rate. In the Outerverse, Lu Yin could rely on his own strength to contend with a hunter, but now that he was in the Innerverse, he could actually contend with those old freaks who had suppressed their power levels to below 200,000. It was too strange, and it made the monkey's hair stand on end. He suddenly recalled that Lu Yin had blocked him whenever he was free. Lu Yin answered, "I had an epiphany. I suddenly understand battle techniques that I didn't understand before. It's very normal." Normal, my ass. The monkey wanted to curse. In the current universe, aside from the freaks like the 10 Arbiters, who else in the younger generation could contend with those old freaks as a hunter? Even the cruisers in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings could not do it. Now that he compared himself, he realized that Lu Yin had unknowingly reached such heights. Among the younger generation, he was second only to the 10 Arbiters. Half a day later, Elder Tong found Lu Yin. "I know about Chi-Chi's experience. Thank you, little brother Lu." He then bowed deeply. "You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.